I'd like to thank Ephrata Community Church for allowing us to use this facility to accommodate our unique needs for this meeting. Please join me for a moment of silent meditation, followed by our pledge of allegiance, and then the citation of our mission. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Okay, thank you. I will note that there are no signs or banners permitted in the board meeting room, which is the current room that we reside in right now. Next item is to welcome our visitors and guests. Note that visitors may make comments concerning agenda items. I will note that personnel matters are never discussed in public meetings. Citizens desiring consideration of school board action on a topic not included on the agenda may make a written request to the school board president or superintendent at least 5 days before the regular public board meeting. It's also according to policy 903. So now we will be allowing our guests to speak. First, we are going to invite our virtual guests to speak, and then we will go to our in-person guests. On site, our administrators will be guiding people from their seating area into the boardroom to address the board. So look out for the administrator to guide you into the boardroom meeting. Dr. McCormick, are you ready for our virtual guests?
Yes, please announce the first guest.
Okay, Rebecca Brandley, please raise your hand to be let into the meeting. I will note that we are allowing guests 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? My name is Rebecca. I have 3 kids, one with an autoimmune disease. I've heard people call parents like me fearful. I'm not afraid. I'm tired. I want more for us, but I'm not afraid. If I was fearful, I wouldn't be here. Not after what my family has been through in the last year. Not after rocks decorated with threats and expletives have been thrown at our house. Not after a mask with "Have my COVID" written on it was placed in our yard. I'm not afraid. I'm tired, but not too tired to keep fighting for what's right. The right thing to do is to require a doctor's signature for mask exemptions. There are medically fragile children in our schools. There are children with medically fragile parents. There are children with healthy parents who could still end up very sick. Masking isn't about fear, it's about love. It's about doing our part. It's about saying, I'll accept an inconvenience if it means protecting a stranger. It means seeing the world outside of ourselves. I've talked at the last 3 meetings about love and responsibility and coming together to protect our community. For me, these are the most powerful arguments, but I'm not sure those arguments move this audience. So maybe instead we should look at Elanco, who has done what you're proposing. Maybe we should talk about the explosion of cases there, about the 51 cases in the secondary school, about the school having to consider going virtual because of a surge of sickness paired with a lack of staff, about how substitutes don't want to work there and risk getting sick. Maybe we should talk about how you'll be liable personally if a student brings COVID home and it causes a hospitalization or worse, because you will have willfully failed to provide a safe environment for learning. 8 people died of COVID at Ephrata Hospital this week. Is the unsafe opening of Ephrata schools linked to one of those deaths? Have you sat with those thoughts? Have you read the studies I sent concerning the safety of masking for children? Pediatricians debunk every anti-masking myth, every false argument. This is why doctors aren't signing bogus exemption forms, not because of politics. The decision you make tonight will have a lasting effect on our community. If you choose to allow parents to sign medical exemption forms, you'll be choosing to divide and sicken rather than unite and heal. We're all tired. Please don't be too tired to do the right thing. Please require doctors' signatures for medical exemptions.
Patrick Reed, could you raise your hand to be let into the meeting?
Hello, my name is Patrick Reed. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I live at 1314 Marie Ave here in Ephrata and have a daughter in high school. I'd like to start by going back to the basics with masks. Somehow this mask optional policy that folks have been pushing for has lost the basics. It's now more important than ever as we consider the vote tonight. At the heart of masking, the mask is worn by the individual does little in most cases to help by itself. When someone walks into a room with a mask on and no one else has one, they will have very little protection. However, all those in the room will be protected from the person wearing their mask. When you wear a mask, you are protecting others. And in a room full of people wearing masks that are worn properly, everyone is receiving a level of protection from each other. By everyone who is physically able to wear a mask, this is how we show we care about our fellow students. While it may be uncomfortable, while it may mean self-sacrifice, in the end, protecting others from getting and spreading COVID is something we can all do. When parents decide their students don't want to wear or are uncomfortable wearing masks, they're actually saying they don't care to protect anyone else from their child should they contract COVID. Full stop. That is the message. And to me, in a community that sells itself on standing together for the better good, this approach to our children's and our community's well-being is both selfish and childish. While some might not be concerned with our child's health when catching COVID, what they don't discuss are the 5 people that child will infect. They don't discuss or take into consideration whose uncle or mom, sister or grandmother, neighbor or friend they will infect and how that person will manage with COVID. For a better look of how parental notes are playing out in school districts, we need to only look at Elanco. Mr. Whistler was kind enough to point them out last Thursday at the meeting as an example of a district that recently moved to do this. This week in LNP, we saw how horribly wrong this approach is going. Cases are surging. Substitute teachers are avoiding Elanco altogether, and the superintendent has indicated that if the current case rates continue, they will not have enough staff to continue in-person learning. To top it all off, we also saw a group of students collectively write to the school board begging them to change their policy and calling out the district on the Spartan Code. Is this where EASD wants to go with our policy? Do we actually believe that repeating this approach to mask exemptions in the same manner will yield different results? Please consider to continue to require medical signatures for student exemptions. Thank you.
Christina Haldeshell, please raise your hand to be let into the meeting.
We can go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay. As an Ephrata High School student, my child has been given a set of rules to follow. Our family does not necessarily agree with all of them, but we recognize school puts rules in place to account for the greater good of the entire district. Just like the rules in the student handbook, Pennsylvania's mask mandate has been enacted for the greater good of public safety for our students, educators, staff, and community as a whole. Wearing a mask is not an unreasonable ask for most children, especially since mask usage is a public health mitigation effort that has been proven favorable to help slow the spread of COVID. It has been put in place during a time when COVID numbers are rising more quickly than ever before. By allowing parents to sign exceptions, you are circumventing an important safety net that my child has to safe education. No parent should have the right to falsify medical records and put other children at increased risk of getting and bringing COVID home to the rest of our family after so many of us have worked hard to stop the spread in our own homes and circles of loved ones. Most parents who wish to sign these exemptions themselves are not experts in infectious disease, illness, or community spread. They do not have the education, experience, or degrees to be able to diagnose their child with a condition that would require their child to go maskless. I resent that my child could be put at risk because of the careless, thoughtless actions of parents who claim to care about them. What anti-mask parents want you to overlook is the liability that you are taking on and asking our district to take on. Somewhere along the way, parents who fight the mask mandate began to think that it's okay for the rest of our community to suffer from their lack of care and concern. That just isn't okay with the majority of us, and you need to know that. Should you allow parents to sign mask exemptions, I can only imagine the type of liability that will fall on the school with the next COVID outbreak. It seems to me a mask exemption with only a doctor's signature would protect the school from liability and will ensure that only those with legitimate reasons for going maskless are able to do so, truly protecting our most valuable. Most vulnerable, because we're all valuable. I did have a thought as I was writing my words for this evening. Are those who sign their child's mask exemption opening themselves up to lawsuits themselves if their child gets COVID and infects the classroom of peers? Just a thought I had. Maybe someone has that answer. It seems like a huge risk to me that most parents wouldn't want to take. President Gaiman and the school board, I ask you to look at the mask mandate as the public health mitigation effort it is, and require a doctor to sign the release for those children who truly need it, so that those who don't need it don't ruin it for the 2021 to 2022 school year for the rest of our kids. Please vote no to allowing please vote no to allowing parents to sign mask exemptions. Thank you.
Stephanie Polosik, please raise your hand to be left into the meeting.
I would like to begin by thanking the board members and Dr. Troop for continuing to take the issue of masking in our schools seriously. We will hear a lot of comments tonight depicting the legal and financial impacts of violating the mask mandate, but I would like to focus on the mental health impact of masking, as so many parents have raised valid concerns about this. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in social work with a focus on human development and trauma. I currently work as both a behavioral health specialist and a therapist. There have been a lot of parents advocating for the mental health of their children, citing reports from their kids that wearing masks causes them anxiety. They are absolutely right. With one exception, avoiding the problem, in this case, not wearing a mask, doesn't do anything to help the anxiety. The following quote from a study evaluating the mental health of the impact of COVID-19 on children, it was published in 2020, says medical literature shows that children are hit the hardest by the psychosocial impact of this pandemic, such as being quarantined in homes, hospitals, school closures, lack of outdoor activities, and atypical dietary and sleeping habits. These lifestyle changes can potentially promote monotony, distress, impatience, annoyance, and varied neuropsychiatric manifestations. So as you can see, these kids aren't alone. There are a multitude of factors impacting anxiety levels at this current moment. 10 to 20% of children experience anxiety disorders, though many more experience general anxiety. Many things can spark anxiety and related behaviors in children. The world is still relatively new to them. They are learning how to navigate this newness, and they require guidance to do so, whether that be from a professional, a peer, a parent, a teacher. Unaddressed mental health concerns can prompt mental health disorders in adulthood. We are all feeling the anxiety of the state of the world right now, and that is a massive weight to bear. Adults can mostly manage this anxiety in ways they have learned throughout their lives, but children, most of them haven't learned those skills yet. Thus, behavioral episodes are on the rise. Anxiety is natural. Anxiety is actually beneficial. Feelings of anxiety alert us to the potential for danger, thus ensuring our survival. However, this evolutionarily influenced process can derail and begin signaling danger when there is, in fact, no danger present. The way to address anxiety is not through avoidance. Avoidance perpetuates anxiety. One must learn how to cope with their feelings of anxiousness if they wish to be able to continue pushing through the inevitable anxiety-producing events one experiences in a lifetime. As a professional, I have learned many ways to help patients cope with anxiety, and the good news is these treatments are highly individualized. For example, if a child is anxious about wearing a mask, the therapist will focus on anxiety surrounding the mask. There is help, and I encourage those parents whose children are feeling anxious about masks to seek a therapist who specializes in anxiety disorders. This is something that can change. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Thank you. Menno Weave, please raise your hand to be let into the meeting.
Good evening. Thank you for providing the option to make public comments via Zoom. I commend the board for offering attendees a safer option. I attended Thursday's special meeting of the EASD board, at which the action item concerning the legal suit was addressed and voted down. Early in the meeting, Mr. David Whistler interrupted the proceedings to request the inclusion of a second action item. The board voted on and approved Mr. Whistler's request to add this action item to the agenda. I reviewed the board's policy on special meetings, and Thursday's meeting was a special meeting. That policy includes this directive: no business shall be transacted at any special meeting except that named in the call sent to school directors for such a special meeting, end quote. It seems clear that Mr. Whistler's intervention at the start of the meeting and the board's decision to proceed with the second action item contravenes the board's own policy. I urge you to strike the second action item from the minutes of Thursday's special meeting and all public comments pertaining to it. In addition, the miscellaneous action item on this evening's agenda should be removed because it results from the second action item being improperly included at Thursday's special meeting. I shared this message with the board president, the secretary, the superintendent, and the solicitor yesterday. So I have to assume the solicitor advised the board that it can proceed with the miscellaneous action item, which is disappointing. Nevertheless, then, I wish to express my objection to the action item on this evening's agenda. Yesterday's New York Times published an article by Professors Jason Abeluk, Laura Kwong, and Stephen Luby, in which they announced the results of a large randomized controlled trial that evaluated whether communities where more people wear masks have fewer cases of COVID-19, testing that. The answer was yes, an 11% drop in cases when surgical masks were used. Concretely, this means that for every 600 people who wear surgical masks in public areas, an average of 1 death per year is prevented. 600 people. Think about it. Many of us can probably imagine a church of 600 people. If you knew you could save the life of someone at your church this year, wouldn't that be worth wearing a mask? For me, the answer is absolutely yes. And as if that isn't reason enough, think of all the people, children and adults, who wouldn't need to suffer with long-term debilitating after effects of COVID-19. At Thursday's meeting, the issue of insurance and liability were raised. That needs to be front and center in your deliberations this evening. I urge the board to think very carefully about the implications of losing its insurance policy as a consequence of permitting exceptions that are outside the bounds of the state mandate. Rash actions will result in taxpayers carrying an unnecessary burden for many years. Do not approve. Thank you.
Reed. Thank you. Kelly Clark, please raise your hand to be let into the meeting.
Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
We are.
Okay, good evening. I want to reiterate, I stated this the other night at the last meeting, but I want to reiterate, I'm Kelly Clark. I am a parent here in the school district. My kids are former students of the school district. This is the first time in 20 years I don't have a child in the school district. My son graduated in June. And I'd like to say that last year you had a mask policy in place. I took my son to school every morning. I didn't want him on the bus, but I was fine with him being in school. It was better for him. Every morning, and I watched those kids walk across that parking lot, all with masks on their face, just going about their lives like kids do, looking at their phones, talking to their friends. I didn't see anybody having a big problem. Now, these were the older kids, of course. But I want to add that we know that COVID-19 spreads quickly and dangerously among children. The American Academy of Pediatrics knows that, and so does the CDC. I heard it mentioned at the last meeting and by one of your board members that parents are the best ones to make these decisions. Do we really think that parents are always the best ones to make decisions? Because I would think legislatures and courts and every single one of us listening right now know that's not always the case, is it? Or child protective services wouldn't exist, would they? And in fact, even when it comes to certain medical decisions, courts have ruled that parents don't always have their best interest at heart of their children, maybe of themselves. There was a, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, there was a United States Supreme Court case in 1994 that tells you that parental rights are not absolute. It is cardinal with us that the custody, care, and nurture of the child resides first in the parents, whose primary function and freedom include preparation for obligations the state can neither supply nor hinder, right? We all agree on that. But the court goes on to say, and it is in recognition of this, that these decisions have respected the private realm of family life, which the state cannot enter. We agree with that too, right, Mr. Whistler? And neither rights of religion nor rights of parenthood are beyond limitations. Emphasis there is mine. Acting to guard the general interest in youth's well-being, the state has parents patriae. They may restrict the parents' control by requiring school attendance, right? Isn't there school attendance policies in place so the state can intervene, regulating or prohibiting the child's labor? Do we want 10-year-olds working? Nope. That's why we have laws in place, because some parents would let it happen. And in many other ways. Remember child safety seats when your kids were little? Did you lay them on the car seat beside you when you drove somewhere when they were 6 months old? No, you put them in a child safety seat.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Baird. Kathleen Baird, please raise your hand to be let into the meeting.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have spoken and written to this board before strictly as a concerned mother. However, tonight I feel like it's time to address you all as an ICU nurse who cares for COVID patients every single day right here in Ephrata. There are a few things I want to discuss. For one, I need you all to know how serious this virus really is. I don't always get the impression that you grasp how sick people get from COVID-19. I have been working with these patients since the very beginning of this pandemic. What I can say is that over the last few months, my patients have only gotten younger and younger. I am 39 years old, and I have been putting patients younger than myself on ventilators. They are not able to breathe for themselves. These are people who are parents themselves right here in our own community, guys. I have set up video chats with their own children so they could see their parents one last time before we send them off to bigger hospitals and put them on heart and lung machines. This breaks my heart every single day. I work side by side with some amazing doctors who do amazing work caring for these incredibly sick patients. They spend countless hours researching, reading articles and new studies, analyzing data, speaking to many other experts, just so they can take the very best care of these people. Our doctors are caring for their patients as if they were their own family members. So when I heard Mr. Whistler's motion last week, I honestly couldn't understand why we would ever want to leave our good doctors and healthcare providers out when we are determining if medical exemptions are necessary. I am not sure where the lack of trust in our medical community came from, but our doctors had taken an oath to do no harm. When deciding on a mask exemption, they are weighing all the risks and benefits for each child individually. Sometimes parents forget to look at the benefits and they're only looking at how it's harming their kids. Our doctors want what's best for our children just as much as school boards and just as much as our parents do, the parents do. I don't know anyone who would ever question that, why anyone would ever want to question that. Lastly, I want to let you know that by keeping our kids safe and masked up in school, we are keeping the rest of our community safe too. School board members, this decision is perhaps the most important decision you could ever make for this school district and your whole entire community. You have the power to save lives here. If kids wear masks, they won't bring this deadly virus home to their siblings, parents, grandparents. They won't pass it on to their teachers or principals or school workers. If we can all just wear masks, you won't require my services in an ICU where you will ultimately be regretting your past decisions. Don't leave our very competent, caring doctors out of this decision. The school district, healthcare providers, and parents should all be working together as one to decide what's best for our children and our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lori McKinney, please raise your hand to be let into the meeting.
Can you hear me? Did you hear what I was saying? I can't hear you. Are you there? I'll keep trying to talk. I can't understand you, but hopefully you can understand me. In the past 3 weeks in just Lancaster County alone, the week of September 6th to 10th, there was 1,095 new cases of COVID. September 13th through 17th, there was an additional 1,436 cases of COVID in Lancaster County. September 20th through 24th, there was 1,596 new cases. Hospitals are running out of beds, let alone nurses, but they're running out of beds to accommodate people. Good Samaritan Hospital in Lebanon is 98% full. They have 1 ICU bed left. Lancaster General Hospital is 92% full. They have 25 ICU beds left. Milton Hershey Hospital is 95% full. They have 25 ICU beds left. Reading Hospital is 93% full with 16 ICU beds. UPMC in Lidditz has 2 ICU beds left. UMPC in York is 91% full. They have 9 ICU beds. WellSpan Ephrata Community Hospital is 83% full and they have 3 ICU beds left. York Hospital is 94% full. They have 15 beds available. It's getting to the point where people aren't going to be able to be hospitalized for other reasons because the hospitals are filling up. Someone's going to have a heart attack or be in a car accident and can't get in because of all these COVID cases. And children do get sick too. My daughter, one of my daughters is a PA. She had to tell parents of a 7-year-old that he was so sick with COVID, he had to be admitted to the hospital immediately. She had to tell another parent of a 9-month-old that that child had COVID. This disease is 10 times scarier than the COVID-19 we were dealing with last year. Parents, please help to protect all of our children. My child has Asperger's and autism, sensory processing disorder, asthma, ADHD, and high anxiety. She doesn't tolerate wearing a paper mask. They're scratchy. But I was able to buy super soft ones, and she wears those just fine. And she has tolerated them for a full school year. Yes, she's vaccinated, but she can't get a booster because she's under 18, and her immunity is going down because now it's past 6 months for her. She's immune compromised, and some days it's so hard for her to focus in class when peers are often not wearing masks, or worse, someone that was near her is now suddenly not in school. They've been out for 10 days, and she's realizing they were either quarantined because they were exposed to somebody or they actually had COVID. And then she's scared that she's going to catch it. It's getting out of hand. If you would please just vote no. The doctors know what they're doing. They really do. And if they can't get a doctor, they can get a therapist, an occupational therapist, a physical therapist. There's all kinds of medical professionals that can sign that form. If they can't find any of those, then they need to possibly get that type of help for their kid. Thank you.
Christy Leonhardt, please raise your hand to be let into the meeting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I know the community has polarized opinions on the mask mandate, but we also know the order, which establishes a legal mandate, requires all teachers, students, staff, and visitors to wear a face covering indoors, and that schools are required to enforce it. We know that the authority for this order comes under the Disease Prevention and Control Law from the Department of Health. We know that if the school does not comply with the order, they could lose the protection of sovereign immunity, meaning the ability for criminal offense penalties and individual personal liability to be directed at the board and its members. We also know there are allowable exceptions. Our board policy notes that the exception must be in accordance with eligibility under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act or Individuals with Disabilities Act. We might be less clear on who is eligible under these acts. A student is eligible if he or she has a physical or mental impairment which substantially limits learning. The Department of Education states that impairment in and of itself is not a disability. It must substantially limit activity. Also, that a medical diagnosis of an illness does not automatically mean a student can receive services under Section 504. Regulations require school districts to draw upon a variety of sources, utilizing a knowledgeable multidisciplinary committee in interpreting evaluation data and making placement decisions. A physician's medical diagnosis may be considered, along with aptitude and achievement tests, teacher recommendations, physical condition, social and cultural background, and adaptive behavior, among others. Board policy states that it is the general agent of the residents of the school district in matters of public education. Also, that it will ensure compliance with local, state, and federal law and not intend to violate the federal or state constitutions or any other applicable law. Policy also states that the board may, upon a majority vote, cause to suspend at any time the operation of a board procedure or policy, provided the suspension does not conflict with legal requirements. The board is being asked to vote on accepting parental signatures on exception forms. Given the information that I just reviewed, it is unclear to me how a parent's signature would fulfill the legal requirement of a multidisciplinary committee who needs to draw upon a variety of sources in order to determine that an impairment substantially limits learning. Also, it is unclear to me why the board would consider non-compliance with state law violating board policies. For this reason, I ask the board to vote no on approving accepting parental signatures on exception forms. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this concludes the comments from our guests who requested to speak about agenda items. Now, we will move to our in-person guests who requested to speak about agenda items. Secretary Gingrich, are you ready with the administration? You can bring the small groups in. And while they're coming in, I neglected to share this earlier. I do want to share this. If your perspective has been shared, please be concise. We following this clip? Okay. Brian Bender. If you may stand at the podium and address the board.
Hello, my name is Brian Bender. Firstly, let me express how truly sad I am for all of you on the board without a conscience. Making a deal with the devil must be exhausting, which leads me to question you are getting out of aggressively forcing this unlawful mandate on our children. Exactly what is the end game? My guess, money, the root of all evil. My daughter has extreme anxiety, and when she was in kindergarten, we had a very difficult time getting her to go to school. So much that she would cry to the point of vomiting. Excuse me. I spoke to your guidance counselors, asking for help. Was told we didn't qualify for assistance with your school psychologist due to having our own insurance. So what has changed for that to be an option? We took our daughter to many different therapists without any success. I finally took it upon themselves to work at helping her overcome this hurdle. Not that I or we cured her, but it's better. So fast forward a few years. She is now 4th grade, and we left it up to her to wear a mask or not to wear a mask. Since the announcement of the masking, she has been more anxious, worried what will happen to her because every other day you change something. Segregating children is straightforward bullying. And maybe you need to read some of the materials you have given the students. You sure do not practice what you preach. You sit in your offices without an uncomfortable mask and make these demands without ever seeing what is happening mentally to our children on a daily basis. Not to mention the long-term effects. So we as parents are left to clean up the mess you make, and still our signatures are unacceptable. Our signatures should be acceptable. We do not co-parent. You do not pay for raising our children. I don't know how many of you have kids. Probably not very many of you have them in class or in schools these days. Have any of you lived through this? No, none of us did. But yet, you can't even get a hold of Wolf or anybody to help you on these questions and guidance because they're all lies. They are not law. Show me a law that says it is. Thank you.
Sharon Binkley.
I'm going to really use my time to Jason Baker.
Okay, we are only allowing 3 minutes per person.
My name is Jason Binkley. I have 3 kids in every school district. 2 of them have all 3 of them have ADD. One of them has anxiety disorder, and the other one is chronic migraines. There's no doctors that want to sign the exemption form because they don't want the liability because there hasn't been enough data studied on them, and it opens up to lawsuits. So that's why they're not signing them. People saying that they don't actually have medical reasons is a flat out lie because they're not the ones trying to get them. So anyway, on this mandate, written under the 1955 Act, which is based on STD. Okay, that's what the act is written on. They first tried to use this of March 19, 2020 to find businesses that wouldn't close or enforce the mask mandate, $25 to $300. That didn't hold up in court. So that didn't work. So now he's trying it on our kids. Same mandate or same act, 1955, trying to use it to enforce this mask mandate. An STD act. It's not going to hold up. It's all lawful. I also reached out to Senator Doug Mastriano, okay, which got back to me right away on like the Wolf administration or the Department of Health. He is challenging this law or this mandate, so he knows it inside and out. And his words are, they legally cannot take adverse effects against the students. The DOH guidance states exemptions do not need a doctor's signature, and they cannot discriminate. The 504 Act, that's nothing but discriminating. You guys have no leg to stand on using that towards our children legally for this mandate. If you want to follow a mandate, you need to follow a mandate. You can't add to it. So per the mandate, you can't be moving kids from class, force them on cyber school. And the medical exemption forms only need to be having parent signature per the mandate. So anything other than that, you're violating the mandate. And you open yourself up to lawsuits. I mean, I'll be first on board, violate my kids' rights. See what else I got here. As far as the masks go, the only one that's ever been proven to have any effect on COVID is a surgical mask. Under the mandate, any piece of cloth will do, any piece of cloth. Homemade, doesn't matter, which have almost zero effect on it. Germany did a wide study of the whole country with almost 26,000 kids. 86% of them have impalements. 60% of those were irritability and 53% were difficulty of concentrating. The most unbiased study done is that one.
Sharon, would you like to speak? John Brass. That's me.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is John Brass. I live in Akron. I have 3 children who attend Ephrata. They are in grades 8, 10, and 12. I'm standing here tonight on behalf of the students who are unable to represent themselves in this current battle which we find ourselves in. I'm here on behalf of the students whose parents are so overwhelmed with life that they are not able to fight this fight. I'm representing families whose children need to advocate for medical exemption, but are struggling to keep their heads above water on a good week. I am in my 17th year as a public school teacher, and my wife is in her 24th. We are on the front lines. I know a student who just up until last year was caught in household of domestic violence. The mask is a trigger for some things they experienced at home. Because of the mask, this trigger goes off Monday through Friday for 7 hours a day. Mom is simply too overwhelmed with life to deal with the medical exemption process. So the child suffers, gets reminded daily to keep the mask pulled all the way up. As educators, we are often reminded about differentiating instruction to meet the needs of all students. Teaching is a profession of constant modification. This mandate is not one size fits all, and that's wrong. The media and the government have created a campaign of fear. You only have to look at the headlines of Saturday's local newspaper to see it. It also is evident that our PA governor is trying to intimidate school districts with threats if they don't comply. This intimidation and fear are suppressing our voices and keeping our school from doing what they feel is right. Laws and justice are some of the foundational principles that make this country great. However, there are times in history when the law needs to be challenged. In the 1950s, a person of color could not eat in the same restaurants as whites, nor could they use the same restroom or drinking fountains. These were laws, but they were unjust laws. It took a group of brave individuals to take a stand and make a change for something that was not right. As elected officials, you were sworn in to uphold the laws, but you were not sworn in to uphold unjust laws. Requiring a doctor's signature or even asking for medical records in the medical exemption process is unnecessary and is nearly an impossible hurdle for some students to overcome. By allowing parents to sign off on the medical exemption, you are simplifying a process, creating an environment that allows all students an opportunity to be more successful. Thanks to all of you who are willing to take a stand for these students. I end with this quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. One has not only a legal, but a moral responsibility to obey just laws. Conversely, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Thank you.
Sarah Brass? Okay, yeah, you may go. Sorry, the back right. There you go. Please state your name.
I'm Beth Kramer. I am the mother of a 10th grader at the high school, and I'm also a public school teacher. I had the opportunity the other night to watch all of you on Zoom, and I'd like to address some of the comments that were made. So Mr. Gaiman, you had mentioned that you were concerned about students who are quarantined and missing school and how that impacts their education versus those who have difficulty wearing the mask. Which one was more important, you asked? Well, I want to challenge your thought process. You stated that your daughter had to miss school and it did impact her. How long did it impact her? A week? 2 weeks? That's a short span of time, I'm sure. Even if she was out for a month, that is much less than those students who have mask-induced medical and mental health problems. The mandate has no end time, so our students could be attending school for months with masks on, possibly even years. It literally is a never-ending mask mandate. Student learning will be impeded tremendously, so there's no weighing out this issue. The impact of wearing masks could literally be detrimental to so many children. Mrs. Good, I was quite disappointed that you voted no in joining the Corman lawsuit. I was hoping that since you acknowledged that the school board's power is being stripped away, you were going to take a stand. But I must say to you that the school board still has its power, and you can use it right here tonight by voting to get rid of the physician signature requirement. There is nothing in the school code of 1949 that states that the Department of Health has more authority than you. And if you are worried about liability, don't be. You have sovereign immunity. Masking students is a policy issue, and that makes it covered by sovereign immunity. Currently, there is no record of any school board being held liable for their school policies. Mr. Steyer, you had mentioned that you'd like to follow the laws. So as much as it pains me, let's pretend that this mandate is actually legal. Nowhere in this mandate does it say that we need to have a doctor's signature. However, the Department of Education tacked that little tidbit on. They are not a law-making entity. Not only can they not require this, but they do not have the right to make it harder for us to follow the mandate. So tonight you have the power to let the Department of Education know that they cannot step on the school board's toes. Also, you spent many years on this board and are preparing for a new election. If you vote no on the signature request, you will be a huge disappointment to the 75% of the families who answered the August survey, and also to the others who have joined our movement. Is that really how you want to go into the new election? Because I guarantee that you will be tossed out and forever known as a school board member who did not represent its citizens and who also did not stand up for the children. Now for the whole board. I have a gut feeling that most of you have never been to the elementary school since COVID has hit, because if you had, then you would see the countless dirty masks in our classrooms. I, being a teacher, have seen many children sneeze into their mask and not use a tissue to wipe away the snot. I've also seen students wearing masks that literally have slobber rings around them. Yeah, it's unsanitary. Testing on masks has shown that there are pathogens such as pneumonia, influenza, tuberculosis, meningitis, and Lyme disease. So while many people worry about COVID, many others worry about these diseases that are just as harmful. And lastly, I have one more thing. I just want everyone to know that many people stand behind Dave Whistler and all of the things that he has to say, because there's a movement. And it's dark.
Do the right thing, we're behind you, Zoe. Thank you very much.
Begin on the front row close to the podium. You're going to begin, state your name. And begin.
My name is Heather Dumplitz. I just want to first of all thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really haven't done this before. I'm not one for confrontation. I didn't come to the other meeting, but I definitely should have. More and more, I am finding and needing to stand up for what's right for my child. God is giving me a boldness that I never knew I had before. Sorry, for such a time as this. I want to talk about firsthand regarding children who have had trauma. Trauma can have lasting effects. A child doesn't always know how to express themselves. Their anxiety doesn't always come out as you may think. People at times have just seen the behaviors and not actually the child themselves. They are not necessarily going to say, I'm uncomfortable or nervous. It shows possibly like meltdowns, mood swings, trouble focusing, withdrawn, and depression. And they might not see that at school. It's when they come home. Then we add masks and shields to the mix. This just exacerbates it all. Maybe it's hard to understand how a parent may feel or see the fear in a child's eyes, putting something over their face who's had trauma. This is so completely heartbreaking. It can and does dredge up memories of a child that they should have never had to endure in the first place. People are making their own assumptions and quick to judge why someone may not be wearing a mask, but actually people do not have any idea, or maybe they don't even truly care. People might think they are doing what is best for the children, but one thing may be good for one, may not be good for another. Our children are not the same. We are all made in God's image. God has made us all unique. Our children are awesome individuals. I pray no child or parent has to go through this. Parents know what is best for their children. Listen to us. Have compassion for all. Have some grace and kindness to each other, to all of us. We should be able to make the choice whether or not to wear a mask or not. We shouldn't be made or looked down upon or made to feel bad. It shouldn't be made for us or forced. It's not right. Again, I say we all are dealing with many different things. We need to think on these things and put them into great consideration.
My name is Jennifer Heckman. I didn't prepare any speech tonight. I almost didn't speak at all because I'm not good at this thing. But in the past week, I have had one child stay home almost every day. And my concern is now I'm going to get in trouble for truancy because I, as a parent who does the right thing, I will not lie for my children. I will not sign an excuse note saying they're sick when they're not sick. It's just against my morals to lie. And my children know this. And my son this morning was on the way to school and in tears begging me to please let him stay home. He told me stories about different teachers that are causing him stress with the masks. And My daughter has stayed home twice in the last week. This is just since the mask stuff became a thing. In the first week of school, they were so excited to go back. I've never seen them so excited. My daughter tried the shields last year in place of the masks because the mask bothered her so much, and that failed. I'm at a loss at what else to do. And for somebody that said that parents don't always make the best decision, I welcome anybody that wants to challenge that. I had a jealous ex when my children were young call CYS on me, and it was unfounded and dropped. So you want to bring them to my house to see if I'm fit to make that decision? I welcome it. I think that we as parents are the people that we need to make that decision for our kids, and their doctors, like people have said before, nobody is signing off on that. And my children, I am more worried about this for them. I don't care about it for myself. If I have to wear one, whatever, it's not about me. This is about my kids and their mental health, and I can't live without them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a student at the Ephrata High School. And first of all, Elizabeth Heckman. And first of all, I want to start off with this before I forget. My younger brother, Matthew Heckman, who's in the middle school now, 7th grade, he has been so terrified to go to school now. Not even because, like, we've had COVID, we're not scared of it. No one in our house is. And everyone who is scared of it, that's completely okay. Like, everyone has their own fears. Everyone should be able to make their own choice. And my little brother, he does not want to wear a mask. He never has. He hates it. It makes him anxious, scared, and not even because of the wearing it. It's the teachers. They yell at him and tell him to pull it up, and it's a mess. Like, it's not working. It never has for us. Other people can if they'd like. It's like everyone has always had their choice. Me and my family, we got ours taken away. Everyone else who doesn't want to wear one or can't wear one for any reason has had their choice taken away. And if I'm old enough to have confidentiality with my therapist and my records, I should be old enough to make my own choice on what I can do, what I can wear, that kind of stuff, which includes not wearing a mask. Like, it's just not working out. And I think something needs to change. Thank you.
Rodney Hostetter. My biggest concern, I'm concerned about the masks, but I'm more concerned about what's coming down the road. And I see the timeline. I work in medicine. I work at Penn Medicine. And I remember in May feeling caught off guard when they had a vaccine mandate for the health system. And we're 3 months out from that. And the federal government has now mandated it across all healthcare workers. Schools, I think in the last couple months or last month, there's been multiple schools that have come out with their own vaccine mandates for their schools. I think there was one in New York where there was no exemptions and a judge upheld that mandate. My concern is that the mask mandate from our state is the first of multiple mandates that are going to come. And to some degree, the local school boards I see losing their power if now they don't stand up and say, hey, we don't think this is right. So I thought it was important to join the lawsuit, not just for our school district, but many school districts, to have a larger pushback so that the state understands where the control should be, which is in the local boards. So the reason I'm speaking is, one, I'm opposed to the mask mandate and would wish for board decisions along those lines. But more so, I would like the board to consider when it's likely that a vaccine mandate is going to come sometime in the next 6 to 12 months, I would guess, what would be the response of the board if there was a vaccine mandate, not just a mask mandate, but a vaccine mandate for teachers? And then what about students? And how do we respond to that? Looking down the road, I don't know if this is feasible, but I'd make the following suggestion. Not to wait on the vaccine mandates, not wait till they're already made for the schools, but to have a proactive approach of connecting with other school boards and putting out a unified message to the state about what local boards are willing to accept or not accept from the state mandates. I fear that if school boards continue to count it too much of a risk to stand up to central, like state or federal mandates that they disagree with, then there's not hope of stopping further mandates that are get stronger and stronger when they come to our door. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Jason LaRue. I live with my wife and son at 16 East Queen Street in Ephrata. 2 years ago, right with the mask mandates were first implemented, we pulled Jonathan out of Fulton Elementary School that we love very dearly. The teachers and stuff, they were great with Jonathan. So that being said, it can often be perceived that why is this your battle? What I'm going to mention tonight, if I can stick with this, I should be able to get it done in 2 minutes if I timed it right. Mr. Whistler, we see you, we respect you, we appreciate you. There's a half an auditorium full of people that love you. Thank you for standing up for us. I would like to start off by praising the board for their tenacity and endurance on Thursday night Zoom meeting. Thank you for that. I am not here to waste anybody's time throwing out statistics that have been inaccurate for 22 months now. As a local misinformed, I feel we have all been misled by our government, and for that, I am terribly sorry that our state has chosen to use our schools and school boards to push their political agendas onto us parents. Please remember, we are simply responding to broken promises and government overreach. We, the people, never set out against the schools and certainly never intended for any of our kids to have to go through any of this. But here we are. I was very educated at that Zoom meeting. I'm very new to this whole process, and I got to meet and know who everybody is. Some look familiar through some of the youth ministries that I've worked with. So some faces look very familiar, and it's exciting to get to know people. I plan to be very much more involved in our local government moving forward because I see the need. Trying to practice what I preach, that it's on us to make the difference. That was not written. So I learned that there are steps and procedures as to how these kinds of meetings are ran and things get implemented. Please remember that. I'll be coming back to that. I learned that most of the board is generally engaged to what is happening in our country as well as in our schools. I also learned that there are some ulterior motives going on, and I do not trust our lawyer or solicitor one bit, just by the way he speaks as if he's covering his tracks, which is what lawyers often do. I believe the board had made the right decision to say no to the lawsuit because I don't believe that we are united enough to withstand any pressure that might come from that. As a local misinformed, I have been forced to rely on my own senses and trust what I see in the real world, take information gained from what and weigh it with what I know, learn and adapt. I have also learned that I must be much more involved in our local government and branches. I've been quiet for too long. I stand here a humble certified maintenance manager, and I fully understand what it's like to oversee the safety of the masses. We had to bring people in to work slowly, and we had outbreaks, but we had to contain that, and we had mask mandates for a little while, and then we had group consensus on what they wanted to do, what they felt comfortable with, and we moved forward with that. I get it. None of this is easy. As a misinformed local, I had to use common sense to make slow moves. My teams were the first ones back on the plants to wipe everything down and get the plants ready for everybody. My misinformed local common sense started to see stuff like disappearing tent sites, but the numbers are rising. Low ERs, but the numbers are rising. A couple of different ER visits that we had to do for broken bones. We were seen in like 15 minutes. This time's up. Oh, okay, thank you very much for your time. Please vote no, or parent signature is enough.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you. Go on, John, have a seat. So front row was the podium. We'll move along to the front row and then to the back.
Hey, first I want to thank the school board for your investment in our community. Not an easy job, particularly in this past 2 years. So thank you so much for your investment. I want to speak as a father. I have 4 children in the Ephrata School District, 1 from each of the schools. Yeah, that's a good time. So also as a physician assistant, I've worked in healthcare in the past 14 years in family practice. So I think I bring a unique perspective and conversation here. So ultimately, every decision we make in life carries a risk-benefit ratio to it. COVID is no different. Masking is no different. I want to share with you 2 pieces of information. I've been reading way too much information for 1.5 years, but 2 pieces I'll share with you. One is the Bangladesh mask study, 350,000 people, showed anywhere from about, give or take 10% benefit to wearing masks. Significant benefit, certainly not a 70% benefit, certainly not a 90% benefit. Mask is not an on-off switch for COVID. I also want to share with you Lancaster County's COVID numbers. This is put out by the coroner's office. Anybody can get it on the website. We have, as of yesterday, last time I looked at it, we have 0 deaths under the age of 20. Children are faring pretty well in Lancaster County with COVID. I've been seeing COVID patients for well over a year now and can comment on who is at risk and who is not at significant risk. Everybody has the opportunity to contract it. Probably most of us will at some point if we have not already. This is a contagious virus that spreads easily and it's here to stay. That being said, not everybody is at the same risk. As you can tell by the numbers, most children do quite well with it. My concern is the other side of this picture, the other risk-benefit ratio, because it's not one-sided. Children are carrying huge amounts of fear. The mental health in our schools is skyrocketing. I'm seeing unprecedented levels of panic attacks, anxiety, can't sleep, suicidal ideation. I'm treating mental health like it's my primary event. For 1.5 years now, we've distanced children, we've stifled their communication, we've quarantined them, we've set up plexiglass, we've social distanced, and we've contact traced. We've made friendships a liability to the school experience. I have 4 children who can comment to this, and I've heard their feedback from multiple different classrooms and schools. It's devastating the experience children are having in their schools. As a parent, I can guarantee you that no one has more interest in my child's well-being than myself and my wife. I encourage you, school board, to think about both sides of this question, to think about the impact of things outside of COVID that are impacting them. This tunnel vision has devastated our community, and we need to look a little bigger. Thank you for your investment in our community, and thank you for hearing us.
Should I just go? Okay. Hello, I'm Angie Lehman. Thanks for listening to us tonight. Although we would love to have you in the room with the rest of us, it's kind of a shameful thing for you all to be sequestered away. It's not so good for community togetherness. We are in a pandemic. I keep hearing that, a pandemic from COVID. I'm here to say very clearly, we are here in a pandemic of fear. And each one of you that voted on Thursday night, especially ladies, I'm sorry, ladies, I have a heart for you, but your fear that came out in your conversation and how you voted was terrifying. And I understand, because fear is not from God. It is absolutely not from God. So we just bind up the spirit of fear now in this room, and we release the Holy Spirit to be here as you are voting and making decisions for our children and their futures. We are in a battle here, and I wish you would wake up. Those arrogant, snide looks and comments that we see from all of you, or most of you, are you aware of the battle we're in? Do you know this is a battle between evil and good? Do you know this is for our entire nation? Or you just think it's about a mask? It's not about a mask. Get your heads out of the sand and fight for our children. We are your constituents. Do you know what a constituent is? It is a person who authorizes another to act in his or her behalf as a voter in a district represented by an elected official. You are our we are your constituents. You got your seats correctly and lawfully. We voted you in. Your job is to vote how we want you to vote.
not how your heart tells you, not how your experience tells you. You're supposed to be voting the way we tell you. We are the majority. We have come to meetings. We have emailed you relentlessly. We are not going away. You must vote the way we are telling you to vote. It's that simple. That's that simple. Elections are coming up. We obviously know the 3 on here that we want to go ahead and re-elect, or the 2 on here we want to have re-elected. And Mr. Stayer, I'm not sure why you're here. You don't have children in the board or in the school district at all. And I am imploring you to vote correctly tonight, because voting matters. And we're just go ahead and do a writing campaign. And I know you don't want that. There are consequences to all that you're doing. There's consequences beyond what you're aware of. You may be afraid of the consequences from the Department of Health and the Department of Education, but what you should be rather afraid of is the consequences of the abuse you're putting upon our children. That is what you're doing. You're abusing our children and you're abusing the families, and the consequences will land on your conscience, and they will land at your feet. So tonight I ask you to pick up your sword, pick up your shield, recognize you're on the battlefield, and fight for our children. Vote yes for parents to be parents. Thank you.
Adam Ludwig, good evening. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I wanted to raise some concerns I had. So since this mandate's been issued, it's been a couple weeks, and I was still hearing from a lot of you on Thursday night that you're still worried about fines, being sued, that you can lose your licenses or have your liability insurance revoked if you don't follow the mask order. There's a lot of us been doing our research to see what the legal, legitimacy of this whole thing is. And from what I've been able to find, it seems like a lot of empty threats from the Department of Health. Every single board member, teacher, administrator, volunteer that's part of the school district, you have sovereign immunity, which means you can't be sued individually by the state. Our district attorney signed a document stating we will not enforce any fines in the county. And I couldn't find any cases where licenses have been lost or liability insurance revoked for anything even remotely related to disobeying a mask order. Wolf and the Department of Health are trying to bully you into obedience with literally no means to enforce it. And if you don't believe me, you can look up Eric Winter, freepa.com. He has a lot of information for you guys, for parents, about what your rights are in this. I encourage you to look it up. I've been sending them to you. And if you've been looking at our solicitor for advice, I have a feeling it's bad legal counsel, because it doesn't seem like he understands your legal rights here. I heard Ms. Good say Thursday night, she's frustrated the government took the decision-making power out of the school board's hands. The government can't take that power away from you. You guys are literally giving that power away voluntarily. The Department of Health can only issue a mandate during a state of emergency, and we're not in one. So you can still choose to follow the mandate. If you're set on doing it anyway, why are you adding your own rules to it? It doesn't say anywhere in it that you must require a doctor's note, and I've read it several times. It's not in there. The only mention of a doctor's note is found in a frequently asked questions page, which is not part of a mandate. It's not a legal document. And you made it so impossible for us to get our kids exempt. And these are kids that have real, and in some cases, severe medical conditions. You got 200 of those new forms sitting on your desk waiting to be filled out, and no doctor's going to sign them. So I can understand you wanting to guard the district from legal issues from the state. However, by the way you guys have carried out this mandate so far, I fear it's opened up the school to legal issues from parents. I've heard stories of kids being segregated in the gymnasiums or auditoriums who won't wear a mask. Kids are being sent home with unexcused absences. Kids are being enrolled in virtual learning without parental permission. And parents are filing complaints with the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. I've heard of other parents that are contacting lawyers. And you got parents pulling your kids out of the district, which is costing thousands of dollars in funds out of the budget. It's not a good situation for any of us. Mr. Whistler has proposed a motion to allow parents to write exception notes for our children. This option would still allow the school to maintain compliance with the mandate, and would also allow hundreds of kids to get it back to school where they belong. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Laura. I have two boys in Ephrata schools. I have one that's 14 in 8th grade and one that is 8 in 3rd grade. I got a call the other day saying I needed to pick up my 8-year-old. I got there to find my 8-year-old son and my 8-year-old nephew segregated into the library. I was told if I did not pick him up, that he would not get recess with his friends and he would have lunch brought to him. In no way is that okay. We are not to be segregating our children. It literally states in the mandate that if it is not lawful to otherwise remove somebody, they should not be removing the child from their classroom. You are not allowing our children a equal in-person education because they refuse to wear a mask. I homeschooled both my boys last year. Didn't go well because, well, they both wanted to be in school. They wanted the social interaction with their friends. They wanted to have a teacher that wasn't mom. Sorry, I'm mom. I'm not a teacher. I tried. I did my best, and I'll do it again this year if it's necessary. But at this point, my kids are begging to stay in school, but they're also begging me to fight this mask mandate because they panic when a mask is put on. But I was literally told in an email from my doctor, if they do not have a mental retardation or autistic, forget it. We are under strict orders not to give a medical exemption. So how on earth am I supposed to get an exemption for my 8 and 14-year-old because of a panic attack? It's not a mental retardation. It's not autism. I'm not going to get one. So unfortunately, unless you guys vote yes to allow parents to sign something saying that our children are having issues with the mask, my kids are going to have to get pulled. They're going to have to be pulled out of school because they cannot continue to be segregated. My child was quarantined this week because he was in close contact. He's been healthy. And oh, by the way, that email stated that the school doesn't have the authority to quarantine, but refused my child access to school and to their class. So I take that as being quarantined. I wasn't told by the Department of Health anything. I was told by the school. And then now my child's not allowed to be in school because he was supposedly, who we don't even know who he was in contact with because that information can't be given, obviously, because of HIPAA. But how do I know my child was actually in contact with somebody? Thanks.
Hello, my name is Amanda Messner. I currently have 3 students enrolled in the Ephrata Area School District. My oldest is in 12th, and then I have a 10th grader and I have an 8th grader. I had 2 children that have previously graduated from the Ephrata Area School District. I take issue with the parent that said that parents don't know what's best for their kids. We absolutely do know what's best for our kids, and I hate being put in this situation. I feel like my children are frontline infantry in a war that they should have no part of. Like, I don't like coming here. I don't feel comfortable public speaking, but I will do what I have to do because I am an adult. My 12-year-old is afraid to go to school because he has teachers yelling at him because he doesn't want to wear a mask. He has a principal pulling him out of class. He had to go down to the office and do his schoolwork there. I was told that my children will automatically be enrolled in virtual school, whether I like it or not. Let's be honest, everybody knows that the online schools are like the last resort. Children do so much better in-person learning. And you know what? Normally, that's where they want to be. I have to send my 12-year-old to school with a phone because I've had the middle school principal lie to me, and I know he lied to me. I can't trust the teachers. I can't trust the administration anymore. And it tears me up inside. I can't tell you how many nights I've cried, how many nights I've lost sleep. I really don't know what to do. Do I pull my children out of the district and homeschool them? I really don't know what to do. My middle son and my youngest son, my middle son has asthma. My youngest son has mild asthma. No doctor will sign the exemptions. They have told it to my face. They are afraid of losing their medical licenses. It has been passed the buck everywhere I go. The principal at the high school said that, he's just following orders, that it's the school board's decision. The school board has told me it's not us, it's the Department of Health. Well, I'll say this, the Department of Health is not in the school. The Department of Health is not the one who has called my phone number and harassed me sometimes multiple times a day because my children aren't masked. The Department of Health has not pulled my children out of class and have them sit in the auditorium in the high school and sit in the office in the middle school. That was the teachers, and that was the school board's direction. And I just want you to know what you're doing to the parents and what you are doing to the students. It tears me up inside that my children have to deal with this. They shouldn't have to deal with this, especially a 12-year-old little boy. Please don't do this to our children. This isn't their fight, and it shouldn't have to be their fight. Please listen to the parents, because no one cares more about our children than us. I beg you. Thank you. Stand up, stand up, stand up, let them be heard.
Yeah, if you're internet, begin, state your name.
I'm Miles Messner. I'm a 10th grader in the school of Ephrata High School. I have been going to this school, and ever since this new mask stuff, I've just not been able to calm myself down. I cannot stop thinking about how the next day is going to be going and what I should do to basically not get in trouble. I am one who cares so deeply about my grades, and they've just been getting hurt from this. I have missed 3 tests, and they have all been on my mind, and I don't have time to make this up because I keep getting segregated because of my beliefs on how these masks are. It's not fair. I should be able to stand with my other classmates with all my beliefs and who I am, just because of who I am. It is hard to believe that you guys even let it come to this situation, that you've let it affect the students more than it has. I am here to not just represent myself, but to others. I have been made a fool of. I have been tried to forced into what to do. It is not okay to do this to kids. I have to stand here for when it is supposed to be an adult matter. But I'm here telling you all what is wrong. What do I have to do? I am here to stand for the kids who can't stand up for themselves, who are worried about getting in trouble, because I know there are some who are, and that don't feel they should stand up. And I know I am a very good immune system. I am a child who can stand and withstand all of this COVID. I do not feel we should worry about this stuff, nor be forced to wear a mask, because it should be our personal choice for our health. You are making us fight for what we believe in at such a young age. And that may how it has to be. But thank you for your time. And I hope you understand that this is affecting the kids, not just the adults. Thank you.
My name is Gavin Miller. I am a 9th grader here at Ephrata High School. I personally struggle with ADHD, ADD, anxiety, and depression. I feel as a school student, this has done nothing to unify us, but rather segregate us further. I did online schooling for 2 years. During those 2 years, I was put on a decent dose of Adderall for ADHD and put on medication for depression as well. Being away from human interaction, I did nothing but hurt me physically and emotionally. I was not active enough at home. I was emotionally. I was missing being around my teachers and friends. Once I returned to regular school, my medication was no longer needed, both ADHD meds and depression meds. Wearing masks last year, I complied because of the uncertainty of what was going on in our world. Although it was hard to concentrate, I broke out in a rash, developing seek acne, struggled to breathe sitting in class while wearing a mask for 7 hours a day. I also participated in track and field after school while having to wear a mask to practice. But I did it. Now that I've gone a whole summer without it, I've been around many friends and families and have been okay. I was thankful that the school allowed the option to wear a mask up this year. And yes, my family, like many others, contracted COVID and I survived myself. I have not had it. A few days into school, the option of mask up was stripped from us. I continue to go to the school maskless despite the order from Governor Wolf my mom sent a note with me stating I was not needing to wear a mask. It worked for a few days till they came out with a form needing to be signed by a doctor as well as I have a 504 plan. While I already have a 504 plan, my family doctor would not sign off on the form, so I continue to go to school without a mask. Last week, I was told to report to the auditorium with other students and friends that were maskless. We sat in there till the end of the school day, not being able to join any online class meetings, and some of us weren't able to complete paper tests that were taken on that day. I was told by the vice principal that my mom and doctor had to fill out this form where I was going to be enrolled in online schooling against my own mom's consent. As I said earlier, I did not even do well in the online school, and I really did not want to see that day where I have to use this as a learning tool again, especially when I did not choose to. And I am not fearful to go to school, and I'm not fearful to go to school and be around everyone. I am asking that the school board to give us the students the option to wear a mask because it does not only interfere with my education, but it takes away my right to choose. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tabitha Mitchell. I have two perspectives for parents' signature on the masking issue. First, from a health standpoint, I have 3 children in Ephrata schools. I have 2 healthy boys, one in high school and one in intermediate. My third child, she's our princess. She's in the life skills class at Akron. She has medical issues that would put her in as they classify the at-risk population. I won't go into detail, but by the time she was 6 months old, she was our $1 million baby. In the beginning of March 2020, we were scared what this could mean for her. As time went, I came to the conclusion that the best thing I could do is focus on the natural immune system. So when, and not if, but when our bodies would be ready to handle it. Sure enough, last November, COVID hit our house. Our 3 children had it very mildly. We all recovered just like any other typical winter on any illness on a typical winter. By statistics, my daughter shouldn't have survived COVID. That brings me to my point. Why are we not addressing natural immune systems? Why are we not looking at the population that already had COVID? It's COVID-19, not COVID-20. I would suggest checking the attendance records for December, January, and February before they said it came here and compare it to previous years. Why are we wasting time and money and all the emails, phone calls, contact tracing? Why are we wasting valuable teaching time making our teachers be masking police? Let our teachers teach. Why, as a board, are you letting the state take your authority from you? If you look in any medical book, the definition for coronavirus is the common cold. Does that mean every common cold virus is tested positive because they don't specifically test for a certain strain? The second perspective I bring to the table is freedom. After 9/11, I moved to Fort Hood, Texas, where I lived among those who served our country. I watched as they trained, got deployed, and came home again. Well, most of them, that is. It's a lifestyle as a civilian. Unless you are active duty family living it, you just can't understand it fully. With this knowledge, I refuse to disrespect the men and women who have, are, and will fight for our freedoms, domestic and foreign. I will not sit down and shut up and comply to an unlawful, unconstitutional mandate that jeopardizes our freedom from within. As a district, I don't believe that sit down, shut up, and comply should be a life-ready graduate goal. Children that are taught not to fight for their own rights will not fight for our country as adults. We the people, we the community, we the parents, go out there and take a look. We're pissed. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Janie Montgomery. I have 3 children in the Ephrata area public school system. And everyone in our home has had COVID. One child came home from an evening out with friends at the fair the other night and was crying with joy with the fun she had had. Mom, she said it was like normal. No separating us and no mention of COVID, no masks. It was amazing. Few things before I forget. I'm not going to skip that. It's a waste of time. Let's see. I'm not anti-mask. I am anti-mask mandate. If you are living in terrible fear of this virus, by all means, wear the mask. If you truly believe that's going to keep you from getting COVID. If you really believe it, wear it. According to the FBI, over 800,000 children go missing in the US each year. Some make it back, some don't. That is truly a frightening statistic and one that we should really be focusing on, not the 0% to 3% amount of children that will become seriously ill with COVID. I'm worried about the missing kids. Do we see what happens when children go home, when they're crying about the anxiety that they feel and how much they have lost during this pandemic shutdown? So many parents are seeing their children break down. The mental health of our children, already fragile at their ages, is collapsing. I've experienced a complete breakdown of one of my own children due to the carpet being pulled out from under her with regards to all that she had worked so hard to accomplish. She's only in 7th grade now. Children are being ripped out of classes because they refuse to wear repurposed panties on their face so they don't get a deadly virus. Please do your research on the morbidity rate of the children, the very ones we are masking. 0 to 3% worldwide, according to the CDC. COVID, like cancer, is indiscriminate in who it will attack and kill. Thanks. We have lost 3 loved ones to cancer over the past year and a half and 1 to heart disease. My 59-year-old sister was Down syndrome and early onset dementia and Alzheimer's, fought back from the brink of death with COVID. What is her long-term side effect? A quicker road towards her death. None of her physical, emotional, or occupational therapists were available to visit her during shutdowns. So she's taken a turn for the worse. Our children are being robbed of memories that they will never be able to get back. Sports, formals, normal recognition of their accomplishments, normalcy that children cling to. These are things that not one of us have ever had taken away from us, and we will never understand it. Not one of you. So if you're going to sit there and just kind of roll your eyes and, oh, here comes another one of those anti-maskers. No, again, have a choice. Okay, there's my time. But, and hospitals usually have capacity issues. It's going to get worse with vaccine mandates for staff. So, yes, thank you. Have a great evening.
My name is Lauren Musser. I have 3 kids in Ephrata schools. I have written and rewritten this speech so many times. I just don't know how to convince you guys to use the power that you have been legally granted. It's really simple if you break it down. You have a choice here tonight. You can vote to deny parent exceptions and follow along with the guidance and recommendations given to you by the Department of Education, or you can stand up for the students in this district and allow the people who know them best to make medical decisions for them by interpreting the August 31st order exactly as it is written and allow exceptions. Before you take that vote, I just want to remind you of a few things about each side of this issue. This is about the state government versus the local school board and its constituents. Let me ask you a few questions that I would love for you to think about before you make this incredibly hard decision. If Governor Wolf and Acting Secretary Beam truly were available to assist school boards and school districts with the implementation of this order, why are districts' calls and emails going unanswered? Why haven't they issued an amended order that spells it out for you step by step how you are to enforce it? Why have they left you with more questions than answers? Why is the communication between them and you one-sided? Why have they pitted the teachers and the school districts against the parents and the students? Why are they using threats to instill fear in locally elected officials? That's all of you. Why can a district that's right down the road from us interpret the same order to allow parent exceptions, but we cannot? Where are the Department of Health and Department of Education? Do you really believe that when the district is sued for discrimination and our teachers and administrators are investigated for child abuse, these departments will be there to back you up on your decision to adopt the guidance they provided? If they truly wanted to put some legal teeth behind this order, Acting Secretary Beam would be out there holding press conferences and town halls with administrators, laying out how you can best protect yourselves from legal action. Because may I remind you, guidance and recommendations are not laws, and there are no legal consequences for not following them. Statewide mandates and directives don't work. One-size-fits-all approaches have failed us over and over throughout this pandemic, and this latest mask order is no different. Neither PDE or DOH bothered to show up to Senator Martin's Education Committee hearing on Thursday to face the superintendents and school officials that wanted answers. The written testimony they provided was a joke that made absolutely nothing about this order clearer for those of you who must enforce it. They are not on your side. We, the parents that voted for you, are on your side. I beg of you, take back your power and use it to give parents the ability to make medical decisions for their children. Because while the whole world was shut down last year, we were the ones in the trenches with these kids. Please do the right thing and stand up for yourselves and stand up for our children by following the order exactly as written. And what happened to my son last year, which you're about to hear about, should never happen to another child in this district again. You have the power to prevent that. Thank you.
Just let me know when I'm ready. Go? Okay. We're gonna wait here, put this down here first. Okay, my name is Lisa Zeiset, and this is Nora. Can you see your name? Nora. Nora. Okay, do you know how old you are, Nora? Nora? Yeah, you're Nora. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Nora, do you like school? Yeah. Okay. Nora, do you want to go sit down in the chair or do you want to stay with Mama? Want to go sit over there? Yeah. Okay, go sit. Good job. Okay. First of all, I'm going to talk about some facts. These facts are pertaining between age groups 0 to 18 years old in the past 19 months. The CDC says less than 500 deaths with a positive test, not necessarily from COVID. Suicide in this age group has more than doubled this past year and a half. Hershey Medical Center, they keep their COVID positive patients in the pediatrics wing. I know this, I have family that has children in this wing. And my friend had asked them why they're in there. And they said, because this age group has a very low transfer rate. And these are sick kids in this wing. Makes me think. And since when does the government hand out mask patterns for people to make their own mask for themselves to protect themselves from this deadly virus? It was all over. I had just had a baby and I was on Facebook a lot, and the Pennsylvania, the governor had posted the patterns, how to make your own face mask. Really, that really protects against a deadly virus. Nora, my one out of my 4 kids, the 5th one on the way, she is nonverbal and autistic. Nora, sit down, please. She is in a VB, verbal behavior classroom, a autistic support classroom. She is in the 4th grade, but because of staffing, she is in the middle school building. Her learning is based on compliance. Oh, sorry. The first word I want to talk about is the word compliance. She is taught by using compliance. Just like I exhibited to you. She does kind of what I say, and okay, well, right now she's not, but usually she does. But the more complaints she does, the more rewards she gets. In essence, she does what she is told, even though she may not like it or want to do it, but she'll do it to get what she wants. My next word that is I'm going to talk about is advocate. My one of many jobs is as a parent to help teach my kids how to advocate for themselves. Example, grandpa or grandma want to hug and kiss. If a child does not want to, I'm sorry, I have 4 time spots. My husband was not able to come. He had a quick leave to go to work and he took my other kids with. So I get 4 time spots. I get 12 minutes.
So we're only allowed 3 minutes.
Okay, and I had to talk for them because he had to leave to go to work. Mr. Gaiman told me that I was able to talk for my daughter because she is nonverbal and her experiences in the school. Thank you. So, as I was saying, if a grandparent wants a hug and kiss from a child, they can say no, thank you. And it's the same if my child wants a hug from their sibling and the sibling screams, they must respect their sibling and leave them alone. Some kids need parents to advocate for them. Last year, Nora overheated every day at school, wearing a mask. I asked my doctor to advocate for her and I. The district said that is what I needed. I could not, my word was not good enough. My doctor signed that paper. I handed it in, no response. A week later, I was driving by and saw my daughter wearing a shield on her face outside, playing. Her glasses have a band on the back. You have to disassemble and reassemble every time you put that shield on. So they were touching her germs. Okay, so during that week that we were trying to figure everything out, she was in a room by herself for independent learning. She is one-on-one with a para. So every day every time I picked her up, every other Monday, every Thursday, she would have sweat running down her face. Her cheeks would be flushed. She had black circles in her eyes. She had a para next to her and the secretary in front of her. And nobody cared that she was sweating so profusely. How do I know when she's in the middle school if these paras are going to protect her from bullying? Because they didn't help her when she was overheating. So, okay, I'm going to skip this whole page because I only have a couple minutes. Lastly, you, the school board, has a chance to advocate for our kids. And at no cost to you, mind you. 5 of you decided not to advocate, to bow down to the mandate, which is not a law. If you voted no, then why are you here? It's obvious it's not for the kids.
Hello, I am Cam Musser and I am in 5th grade at EIS. I would like to just take a quick moment to reflect on my experience from last year. In January of 2021, my 4th grade teacher came back from Christmas break and was really on us about how we were wearing our masks. We had multiple classroom jobs and one of those was dance patrol, but that job changed to mask patrol after she made the change. I was working at a center with a group while we were doing stations, and that's when the mask patrol yelled out that I had to pull on my mask. My teacher stopped what she was doing and then taped a card that says "Get it together" to my nose in front of my whole class. I felt very humiliated and upset. I went home and told my mom that I got in trouble, but did not share the whole story until the new order came out. Throughout the rest of the last school year, I felt anxious, uncomfortable, and extremely unsafe. I was always worried about my mask because I was really scared to get in trouble again. We lost a lot of learning time last year because my teacher was always correcting people's mask wearing. Another 4th grade class in my school covered a lot more material than we did. This was really disappointing to me to know that masks were more important than my education. This year when masks were optional, everything was going great, and there was no judgment if you wore a mask or if you didn't. But now with the new order, we're back to stress, anxiety, and judgment. I'm really scared to have to wear a mask again because I don't know my teachers very well yet. And although they've been really great so far, I'm scared things will change like they did last year. Please allow parents to accept their kids from the mask because I feel it would help me and my classmates and ease the stress on everybody. Thank you for your time and have a great night.
Hi, I'm Brock Musser. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. It's nice to see all the smiling faces in here. First of all, I am not anti-mask. I am pro-freedom. I want to keep this short because there have been many good points made already. My question is this: why the rush? Why are we rushing to make snap judgments and dangerous decisions when nobody from the DOH will clarify what was actually in the order? Why are we opening ourselves up to lawsuits, anger, and stress when nobody is telling you how to enforce it and what the punishment will be if you don't? I respect that one of the board members did their job and tried to contact the DOH, but I think we all know that that is pointless. They will not take calls, and neither will the governor's office. Why are we putting so much pressure on kids, parents, principals, and people in this community? Mr. President, you voted no to joining the lawsuit because you didn't think it was right to spend taxpayer dollars on it. I respect that, but have you considered how much the taxpayers will pay when the school district will face multiple lawsuits? Lawsuits like discrimination and child abuse, where there are actual laws on the books voted on by the legislature, not just an unenforceable mandate thrown out by an acting secretary. Mr. True, how many great students and their families, many of which volunteer for this school district, need to be pulled and have their kids pulled from this district under your watch before you set your heavy-handed approach aside and do what is right? Members of the board, you have the job as an elected official, to represent your constituents, not your own personal beliefs. The majority of your constituents want the choice of a parent's signature. By voting no on the parent's signature, you are not doing your job, and in turn are telling us that you know our kids better than we, their parents, do. In closing, my third grade daughter put on a mask for the first time last week after a teacher at her elementary school went up and down the breakfast line yelling at kids to put their mask on. She complied out of fear. A day later, she woke up with a headache and runny nose. Since then, she has had two major bloody noses, all since wearing the mask. Coincidence? I think not. So I ask again, why are we rushing to put our students in the middle of this reckless situation? Now is the time to stand up and make the clear choice. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everybody. I was not planning on speaking tonight. I was planning on giving my time to my daughter, but at the door, they told me they weren't going to be allotting time to other people. So I want to thank each of you for representing our kids. My husband and I have 5 kids in the district, and we are grateful for each of you. We know it's, obviously it gives up lots of hours, my name is Crystal Musser. So I totally unprepared. A couple of things come to my mind. We pulled all our kids from Ephrata this year. We didn't want to do that, but after the summer and hearing all the stories that came out of the school district, and we had kids at the Highland, we had kids at the middle school and the high school, and I was just dumbfounded at the toxicity that was being thrown at our kids. Teachers bullying kids. Every teacher has a different expectation on where that mask should be, on the lip, on the upper lip, on the bottom of the nose, above the nose. I mean, every teacher has an expectation, and the kids have to go into every classroom and roll with it and have to decide where this teacher wants the mask to be worn. I mean, my kids, they don't even believe in the mask. We don't believe it even is beneficial. We feel like it's toxic. I mean, I get the mask, I buy mask, I get the mask, I hold it up to the sunlight and think, which one can I see through the most that can fool the people that believe in the mask and calm their fears to think that they're safe so that my children can breathe. So yeah, I think that's ridiculous. So a little bit about what my 8th grade daughter said. Last year was not fun with the little socialization I had as a 7th grader was taken away from me. My lunch aide yelled every day at the students to put on their mask to her approval. She screamed at everyone who moved an inch out of their seats without a mask. How am I supposed to socialize? School is supposed to be a safe place. My social studies teacher would tell me to put up my mask. I was forced to wear a mask when I didn't want to, and I didn't believe in it. When I told my parents this, they realized how toxic the environment was. This year, I'm homeschooled and has been way more peaceful and fun. My prayer is that when I go back to school, I can choose what is best for me. So that's all I'm asking, guys. I'm just asking for you guys to let us parents choose. We all know that it's the right thing to do, to let the parents parent and let the teachers teach. And also check in with the teachers and make sure that they're not bullying our kids. Our kids are being bullied. Are your kids in the school district? Do your kids know? I mean, if your kids were in my kids' classrooms and you would see the way some of these teachers are, what they're saying to our kids and how they're making them feel. And then, I mean, it's unacceptable. I mean, from my perspective, I don't even believe in the vaccination. And I think that the teachers that are getting vaccinated are shedding on all of my kids and making my kids have nosebleeds. So there you go. Just thank you.
How are y'all doing? My name is Ray Newland. I have 2 sons at the Ephrata School District. I was not going to get involved with this at all, but my wife came to the last school board meeting. I kind of saw the Facebook eruption of comments and names being thrown around, and I basically came here to defend her integrity and her character, and also the integrity and character of all the other people who came out here tonight and last time because they don't want their kids dragged into this insane situation anymore. You know, my wife and I have certainly done more for marginalized and disenfranchised people than probably anyone in the room over there, the woke mob, and we don't use our cell phones to do it. So let me just put that to rest. NEWLIN is my last name. You can check my credentials if you don't believe me. These are my wife's words. Good evening. I'd like to start off with a little math tonight. Today, Ephrata's rolling count of COVID cases is 34. This number is spread over 7 buildings. This leaves 4,626 kids who are not sick with COVID. That number again is 4,626 kids who are being mandated to wear a mask, yet are not sick with the coronavirus. They are, however, sick in a different way. They are mentally, physically, and emotionally sick due to the effects of masking. In trying to keep them safe from COVID, you are causing more harm than good. These are excerpts and experiences from some parents and folks. Number 1, Stephanie C. Her child experiences extreme headaches, crying and pain from them, dizziness, anxiety, nausea, frustration, depression, extreme drop in grades. Angie L. Overwhelming stress and lack of clarity. My youngest would come home exhausted from the stress of the day and said she found it hard to concentrate because it was hard to breathe. Holly, my husband is a teacher. He comes home with headaches. It's really hard for him to connect with the students without seeing any smiles or any indication that they're getting it. He loves teaching, but hates walking into this environment every day. It's traumatic for him, not only the students, but many teachers too. Jennifer H. My 3 children had stress and attendance issues last year. Is that 1 minute in or 1 minute left? 1 minute. They have missed school due to stress headaches, stress-related stomach issues, and mood changes. Lauren N. My 8th grader gets bullied by other students. My 5th grader has severe anxiety. Bullying by his teacher last year, which has caused anxiety, headaches, and stomach aches. My 3rd grader has breathing issues, and this year she is being constantly harassed along with other unmasked students in her class. They go on and on. Some of you don't even look interested. This lady over here was on her phone during the last lady's share. We're supposed to respect this. This is ridiculous. You guys are more concerned about being right than the welfare of my kid. And I definitely take exception to that. Thank you.
After this next group, we'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, take a break now. 10-minute break. Yes, okay. We are now taking a 10-minute break. We will resume listening to the next group in 10 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. We are, to the audience in the auditorium, we are reconvening, so if you have not, please take your seats. We are going to be calling another group. Welcome. We're going to start in the front row close to the podium. No, we're just, because of logistics, we're just going to try to be efficient. State your name and begin.
Michelle Designer. Most of you actually do know me personally. I have children in 10th grade and 7th grade, and one that's going to be starting kindergarten next year. I feel like parents should have the ability to request a mask exemption. For me personally, I would like to discuss the mental health, which you've heard a lot about tonight. You know your children best. You all have kids. You know your kids best. My husband and I know our kids best, not their doctors, not their teachers, not our relatives or anybody else. We know them the best. We have seen their best. We have seen their worst. We have held them. We have cried with them. We've had the deepest conversations with them. Some of us parents have and are working through suicidal thoughts, cutting, depression, anxiety. There's way more going on under the surface to these kids than you all see. Students with depression, anxiety, and mental health issues are very good actors. They have the ability to hide behind fake smiles and laughter, or just sit quietly on the sidelines. And we're missing those kids. This past week, my son has been segregated, discriminated against for not wearing a mask, while other students were wearing fake masks or masks under their chins. He was not permitted in the classrooms and didn't have the privilege to learn. He was automatically enrolled in EBA against my wishes and against my consent. And I still don't give consent for him to be enrolled in EBA. We tried online learning last year, and it did not work well for any of my children. Today, Gavin was given a quiz, but because he was pulled out of his class for the last 3 days, was not given the content to actually take the quiz. But his teacher just said, give your best answer. He got a 2 out of 10. This is setting him up for failure. You are neglecting our children and taking away their rights for a fair education. I'm asking you today to let parents have the right to sign this exemption form. Mr. Galen instructed me to sign the current form to buy us time. I don't want to buy time. I want the right to sign for my children. We see a counselor weekly, and he wanted to fill out the exemption form for us, but he was instructed by his supervisor that for fear of losing his license not to sign that exemption form. This is the case for so many medical and mental health professionals. Thank you for your time, and please vote yes for parents to sign the exemption forms.
Good evening, everybody. I was told to highlight my shirt. Go Conservatives, woohoo! My name's Ryan Overholzer, and I'm pretty soft-spoken. Don't know if you know me or not, but I suffer from believing in free America, my God-given right as a parent, and common sense. I never thought I'd be considered selfish for fighting for my freedoms and my children's freedoms. Man, I'd love to hear Dr. Troop's response to all the forced segregation that's happening in the high school, because I'd swear that was denied last Thursday night on the Zoom meeting. Not only would I be in favor of voting yes for parent signatures on the exemption form, I'd also be in favor of introducing a motion to get rid of the quarantine period that's recommended as well. Kids will get sick under normal circumstances. Most kids will be fine. Their immunity has proven in the data that most of them will be fine. Let's look at the data. Might be hard to see. It's not a poster, it's my shirt. I'm wearing it. This is Pennsylvania's data. This is not my data. So this isn't a poster. This is a screenshot.
Right, we allow yours to not allow all.
Fair enough. Okay. So I'll play by the rules and be a good citizen. Feel free for yourselves to look up on Pennsylvania's own COVID dashboard that I think Trish Good had something to do with. The weekly report for this past week, released on Friday, shows that since COVID-19 started in Pennsylvania on March 6, 2020 was the first case, there have been 0 reported deaths for anyone under the age of 17. That includes immune compromised. That includes every sick kid in CHOP. That includes every sick kid up at Penn State. 0 reported deaths for anyone under the age of 17. We're trying to be forced to protect the wrong age group here. COVID's very real. I've lost some older friends from it. I know some families. This church has been devastated with some families in leadership positions from COVID, but they're not under the age of 17. They're not in high school. They're not in middle school. They're not, certainly not in elementary school. Kids will get COVID. Kids will recover from COVID, and it will be fine. It's no different than any other virus that's going around. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Amy Pouts, and I was going to start out with a thanks for letting me speak. But to be honest, I'm kind of disgusted at the political theater on display tonight. It's really disappointing that you're promoting more division within our community. First, I'd like to paint a picture of what's happened at our school. This has been our family experience. Our children were segregated. One in elementary and one in middle school were yelled at repeatedly by a teacher. It had been shared before at other meetings and over again tonight about the bullying that goes on from teachers to the students. It looks like our children are going to be subjected to yet another year of this. Our middle schooler was put in a room all by himself with nothing to do. You're playing war games on our kids. I know for a fact he was not the only one standing up for his rights. There were many others in the school doing that as well, but he was isolated. When we picked up our children, we spoke with the principals. The response was the same. We really don't want to be doing this. If we feel like we're being forced, our hands are tied, please just sign this medical form to buy some time to let your kids stay in school. We even stated clearly to them we weren't seeking a medical exemption. It would be a lie if we fill it out, but they still pleaded for us to fill out the form. You've heard many examples of how it's been going in school. Thursday night, Dr. Troop, you said the classrooms are a happy place. They are not for a lot of kids. You're making them suffer. We never forced our kids to take a stand. They asked if they could because they didn't want another year like last year. They wanted to enjoy school this year with their friends and teachers. Last year was very hard for them, and we were very excited as a family that it was going to be mask optional. The summer survey showed overwhelmingly the community wanted it to be optional. As school started, you saw that throughout all the schools between the students and teachers.
Yes, most has complied to the mandate since then, but it doesn't mean that they agree with it. If it truly was about masks actually protecting and saving lives, we wouldn't be here. I'm reminding you once again, it's about so much more. And we just ask that you open your eyes, that the blinders be removed, that you can see what is happening, what is at stake here for our country. You're allowing overreaching government to control you by fear and manipulation. For too long, boards, you've been handing over your power to superintendents and solicitors. You say you don't want this, so do what you want. Take a stand for what you know is right. Our children are being affected emotionally and psychologically by all this. You have the authority to end it. You can choose to allow a parent's signature. Let them have their rights. This mandate is how in local government, how we react to it is setting precedents for the next thing. Stand up to the tyranny before it's too late. Our democracy as we know it will cease to exist. What kind of world do we want to live in? Just want to end, we're not called to live in fear, but instead to live a life of courage, love, and a renewed mind. And so I ask that you see reality for what it truly is. Thank you.
My name's Bill Elliott. I had a couple kids go through Ephrata. I have one more left in 8th grade, daughter. The first and only time I've been in this church was for my son's funeral. Think about all the funerals you've been to and how those people died. Now think about how the national spotlight is bizarrely focused on certain causes of death. For 2 years, death by cop and death by COVID have competed for #1 in headlines. Does the news cycle accurately reflect the causes of death that occur in your social circles, or is the reporting completely disconnected from that reality? Exhibit A. My son was one of 353 people murdered in Philadelphia in 2018. In 2020, 499 people were murdered in Philly. Over the weekend, Philadelphia had their 400th murder this year, and we still have 3 months to go yet. How many of the Philly murders during COVID were kids, and why don't we know that number? Your politicians and news sources are picking and choosing which deaths matter for their own reasons. Because I'm not a mind reader, I can only speculate what those reasons are. I know Wolf cares about some deaths. In January 2015, he started his first term as governor. Less than a month later, he declared a moratorium on the death penalty. I don't trust Wolf with life or death decisions, and he doesn't trust our local school board. He does, however, expect you to be the enforcement arm of his unenforceable mandates. To consider the big picture does not mean I don't care. I care more. My worldview is that all deaths matter, not just the deaths trending on Twitter. Tonight is about more than just safety versus liberty. I wrote the following to one of our board members. I sense that, like me and many of the other parents, you are normally a rule follower, but I also sense a rebel spirit animal that wants to break free when the rules go too far. The rules have gone too far. I'm very flexible until I'm not. We are at an extreme disadvantage if Wolf circumvents rules while we continue to follow rules. There is a new breed of politician that doesn't care about your process and procedure or rules. They have a by any means necessary orientation that leverages our rule following ways against us. Like Schindler's List, we need you to provide us a means of escape. This will not end with masks. The mask supremacists will move on to Jab Crow laws next. And who knows what else after that. We need to take a stand here while it's easier. It's only going to get harder if we don't. I believe that you are feeling in your soul that something bigger than masks is brewing. Whistler's motion for parents signed exemptions gives us a temporary escape, a strategic retreat, so to speak. A stretching of rules in response to Wolf's stretching of rules. The parent exception will buy us some time.
Hi, my name's Chase Pouts and I'm a 7th grade student. On Tuesday, I was segregated. They called us down to the office one by one, and it took almost the whole day for us for them to call us down, which means there's a lot more kids. And I went down to the office and they told me I had to go into the media center. And you guys say that segregation is wrong. We learned in school that segregation is wrong, but you guys segregated the non-maskers from the maskers. We don't have to wear masks during gym this year because I guess there's no COVID in gym. But during class, when we were sitting at our desk 3 feet or more apart, we have to wear a mask. Does COVID only live in the classroom? We were taught in history class that Rosa Parks was good for standing up for her rights. Now we are trying to stand up for our rights, and you are telling us it's a bad thing. All throughout history, there are different examples of people defying orders and standing up for what's right. And they are recognized as heroes, the good guys, and world changers. On Wednesday, the next day after Tuesday, I came back to school and I made it through half the day, and I got to one of my classes and the teacher asked me if I had a exemption form and I said no. And so she said, I'm gonna have to call the office. She called the office. I went down and the principal said to me, still not wearing a mask, Jason? And I said, nope. So he said, you can go back to class. I went back to class and she called down to the office again saying that, asking why I was sent back without a mask. And they said that they said I was free to go back to class. That's all I have.
I want to ask you to let parents sign a note for their kids' mask exemption. My name is Logan Pouts and I'm in 4th grade. Since you have made us wear masks, a lot of kids did other schooling last year. More kids are leaving again this year. This includes me. I'm missing my last year at play since you would not accept my parents' note. I don't have existing medical reasons to not wear a mask. Instead, wearing a mask gives me health problems. I get headaches and lightheaded. It makes me feel tired and it makes it hard to focus on my schoolwork. Let us choose. Let us breathe freely. Please do it right. Please accept the parents' note. I thought you guys were a decent school board, but once it came up to the challenge, I was very disappointed in you all.
Thank you all. If you sit where you're like, turn off the front row and look away to the left. Just state your name when you begin.
All right, Josh Roberts. I have 2 kids, one in intermediate, one in middle school. I'm going to start off with a couple quotes here. This is kind of rebuttal to some of our earlier friends that they were talking about how the government is always there for us. Ronald Reagan said, the most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. So that should be scary. How often has the government tried to help and failed? So I'm saying that because government is trying to help us right now with this mandate. And what are we doing? What are we doing? What are you guys doing as a board? So Benjamin Franklin once said, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Edmund Burke. So we are faced with something that none of us ever contemplated. The issue we are dealing with right now is not just one of a simple mask, but there is greater threat to us. Right now, we are dealing with the mask situation, but what about next week, next month, next year? This so-called pandemic is not the virus that we were told it is, but the virus that is threatening the very fabric of our nation is division. We are faced with making choices about our children that is being taken out of our hands and placed in the government officials' hands. Many of us are contemplating pursuing other options for our kids. and taking them out of schools that they love. They want to be here. They don't want to go anywhere else, but we're losing hope that we will have that choice to keep them here based on what we feel is right for us and our kids. If we look at the last week with the Ephrata Fair and Parade, we were shoulder to shoulder with our neighbors and friends. Yes, there were some wearing masks, which is their choice, and I have no issue with it. We look at high school football games, and they were primarily maskless. A couple hundred people in stands. We look at Penn State football, 106,000 students and fans in the stadium next to each other, no masks. You know, where's the common sense in any of this? If you can tell me how common sense this is when we're seeing so much data come out that it is not there. Okay, so I'll end with this. You know, there's no common sense over the last year and a half. This is maddening insanity, and we need to put a stop to it before it gets too far. Like, what about vaccine clinics in our schools? Critical race theory, which I've heard is already being ushered into our teachers. And, you know, that is ridiculous. You know, this is uncalled for, being forced to, you know, we are the constituency. We have a say in what goes on here. So you guys are our voice right now. So do your job. Thank you.
My name is Jamie Sheener. I have 3 children in the Ephrata School District. Philip Eby, David Whistler, Chris Weber, Timothy Stauffer. I commend you greatly for having the courage to stand up. Thank you for possibly not knowing my children directly, but fighting for their future freedom and choices. I've looked at this from all angles since the beginning, which is something I thought the school board was supposed to do as well. Not so much pick a side for us, but to go with what the majority of the school community is requesting. That's not happening here, because clearly the majority, based on your survey at the beginning of the school year to who all is sitting in this room right now, is making it very clear where we stand. Well, in the other room, because we're in all different rooms now. Every single day, I for myself take a risk assessment with my life, my children's lives, what other people are doing, what works and what doesn't work, etc. It used to be, what color socks do I want my kids to wear? That was the hardest decision in the morning. And that turned into, do I send my kids to school with a mask or don't I? Do I even wear one? But what would I do if I turned it all off? The media, social media, doctors, friends. What would I do as an individual if I heard there was a sickness going around? I can hands down say I would not have picked up a mask and put it on my face to start my day. I would have given my kids their vitamins and taken my own, reminded them to wash their hands a few extra times, taken my kids to school, kissed them goodbye, and sent them off and went to work. But this is the world we're living in now, a world clothed in fear, and a world where we can hear and see twisted truths in the palm of our hand at any given second. Turn off the noise. It seems cherry picking is in season, and this is why masks won't be the end all be all in saving any of us. We observe daily how many people wear their masks under their nose or even under their mouth, remove their mask when talking to someone nearby, or fail to practice physical distancing when wearing a mask. They'll wear it in schools, the hospital, certain stores, suggesting we wear them, but not at social events and gatherings, in their car, visiting family and friends, etc. It comes in no surprise we live this way when our own government, DOH and CDC, still only say that masks can help prevent the spread or block the droplets. There's no surefire answer of do or don't. It makes it quite hard to strictly follow one or the other. And instead, why isn't there more talk on improving our nutritional value or physical activity, vitamins, supplements to build stronger immune systems so we can fight the germs off more effectively from the inside out? Instead, we're trying to hide behind fabric. Each time you walk out your door, you're making a choice. It's a wonderful thing to have a choice, isn't it? Everyone should have the right to choose on what they feel is best for themselves and their family. But if we don't fight for ourselves, just like we should be fighting off these germs, we will lose choices and our strong immune systems along with it. I pray the school board makes the right decision tonight and gives these kids and our parents back the choice to choose. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Souders. I have 2 daughters and we live in the Ephrata School District. It's nice to see a majority of you decided to breathe freely today, and be nice if you could give the kids the same choice. I want to talk about fear. I had some fear, a lot of fear, just standing up here right now tonight, but here I am. I didn't let the fear keep me from doing what I know deep down is right. I'm thankful to be standing here in a church of God where fear is known to be a liar. Fear is what has been created by the government, the media, and the devil himself. Look where being scared has gotten us. Stop treating healthy kids like they're sick. Stop teaching kids that it's not kind to not wear a mask, even if wearing one makes them uncomfortable. You're teaching them the opposite of my body, my choice, and no means no. What happened to teaching kids that even though if everyone's doing something, it doesn't make it right? Stop shaming and bullying the parents for knowing what is best for their child. What are you trying to save other than money? Masking students is not saving lives. Regardless of the Biden barn lady, statistics aren't showing what everybody's trying to say. And making kids feel guilty for lives that are lost is damaging. They shouldn't have to have that on them. Somebody shouldn't say there's deaths from COVID because a child's not wearing a mask. That's so not fair. That's not healthy. That's not right. Sending healthy kids home is not saving lives. Stop using threats of monetary values and putting your scare tactics above American health freedoms and sacrificing the mental health of all involved. Suicide rates from the past year and a half give a whole new meaning to being scared to death. Don't you see the damage you're creating has nothing to do with the virus? The fear you're imposing on kids by treating them like they're sick and taking away their parents' decisions needs to end, and the school board has the choice to do that. It's been obvious that most of the board members have their minds made up at this point, and instead of listening to us, you're claiming that your hands are tied. If your hands are tied, it's because you handed them the rope. We, the people, are not letting your unlawful fears take away from our lawful freedoms. And until you wake up, we will continue to fight for you. You can try to hide us in another room, mute our cheers and support and clapping. That's probably happening right now by using Zoom, but you cannot silence us.
Hi, my name is Tina Thompson, and I am here tonight as a parent of a junior in the Ephrata High School. First, thank you, ECC, for opening up your doors to us tonight. Next, the segregation has started. Not only are you segregating our students, but now you're segregating us in 3 different rooms. We'd like an explanation. You didn't sign on to the lawsuit Thursday night. It was a 5-4 vote. Ms. Good, Ms. Filer, you were undecided. I hope you have had time to think over the weekend so that this decision tonight will be much easier than the one Thursday night. I hope you've had time to decide to research words that are not in the order. In the order, it does not state a doctor's signature is required. According to PDE, it is only recommended. Do you know what that word means? This is what it states. It is recommended that any exception, it does not say that it is required. Do you know the difference? Any physician in this county will not sign a form if they're under the 2 big entities. That includes any psychiatrist or any licensed counselor that's under their umbrella as well. I have a state document in my possession at home that states I am the parent of Austin James Thompson. He was born on July 22nd, 2004. I labored for him. No doctor did that. I did that. At this point, we should go towards masked and unmasked, vaccinated and unvaccinated schools, because that's where we're headed. I believe there's actually school choice legislation in that effect that parents can choose for where they want to send their kids, not just with COVID related, but any other type of learning issues. That means if that passes, Ephrata has to start advertising. This isn't just about masking. This is about what's coming up. It's going to be next is mandatory vaccinations. I plead with you tonight as board members, let parents sign these forms. We are with our children when they come home from school to hear about the headaches that they have had all day, to hear about their anxiety, their depression. They're not masked anywhere else, at least mine's not. It's very hard to prove where COVID or any other illness came from. I have 4 children. My oldest is 29. At no point in time when he came home with strep throat, bronchitis, or anything else would I have thought to blame the school board or anybody within the district. It happens. Germs are everywhere. Mr. Whistler, thank you for this motion tonight. We appreciate it. Eby, Whistler, Stauffer, Weber, thank you for your vote Thursday night. We as voters, we will remember this in the future. We are not going away. So don't think that tonight after this vote, we're going away, because we're not. We're fighting for our children. Please vote for parent signatures.
Hi, my name is Jason Will. I have 4, 3 in school and 1 younger than that. I also have coached soccer in this community for years. And on top of that, I own 2 restaurants, and I've helped renovate the downtown of this city, and I care about it. I care about it tremendously, and I care about my kids. So these are my thoughts. If I were to write a recipe for clinically depressed children, it would include everything the school is today. A toxic, politicized school environment, and yes, it is. I talk to my kids every day. They were in school all last year. They feel it. They really feel it. My kids do feel it. And they wore masks all year last year. This year, 2 years in, their teachers, between them, it's politicized. The face coverings, that's one element of it. And the third one that hasn't been discussed yet, but I think should in time be discussed, is the tablet learning. We're having a national debate right now about tablets, about all this technology. Literally the kids, they have a mask on, politicized teachers, and they sit at a tablet. And I know right now with some kids at home that that's acceptable and that we can keep them learning. But over time, I want that discussed, because I am seeing changes in my kids. It's been 2 years. It's been a long time. Now, how do I know that masks make you depressed? I'm going to tell you straight up. I have been in a mask for 1.5 years, running up and down busy restaurant lines in both cities, Ephrata and Lancaster. They 100% depress you. No doubt about it. I talk to people all day long, all day, and everyone has the same result. I got to a place where I had to start pulling that mask down. As you run up and down a line, and same for kids, as they move around, they will suffer panic attacks. I get them all the time from them. I have to pull it down. Maybe you haven't lived in it to the degree that I did, but I lived in it. I mean, I really did. Also, over time, the mask, it's just a dirty item that you pick up from somewhere. You'll start off with the boxes, tons of them. You distribute them to your kids. Over time, you're just trying to meet a social requirement. So you just pick them up off the floor. I've watched my kids constantly. They're at their face. They're constantly at their face. I'll skip this. I had some other ideas, but I'm down to a minute. I think the policing of this is unrealistic for the teachers. The second they leave that classroom and they're into that hallway, boom, the mask is down there talking to their friends, no doubt about it. So what is the difference from the classroom to the hallway? We've talked about the football games, the fair. I took pictures of the fair if you'd like to see them. Everybody's kid, everyone's, I don't care what side you're on. I saw them there. There were no masks. And the school still did the day off, which means the school supported the fair. That would be a spreading event into the school. It doesn't matter at that point. I still think we should really consider making it optional and voting yes. That would give me the option. I also have 4 kids, which means my youngest in elementary school reacts differently than my middle schooler and my intermediate school. And I also have one coming up. That would give me the option to decide. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Zartman, letter Z, almost there. I am the mother of twins in kindergarten at Clay Elementary. We are hanging on by a thread. Twice over the last 3 weeks, we have thought it would be our children's final day at Clay, and that is a big deal for them. Then we see a glimmer of hope. I can say tonight, we will make our final decision about how our family will spend the rest of our school year, fully based on your vote. I realize that many of you sitting in those seats tonight will remain largely unaffected if you decide to vote no. Not much is going to change in your home. You'll go home, get up tomorrow morning, go about your day as usual, go to work, whatever. For the Zartman family, a no vote means everything changes. It means we will spend hundreds of dollars on a homeschool curriculum. It means I will put aside my small business to devote time to teaching my children. It means I will juggle my obligations in addition to being a full-time mom and now teacher. I am willing to lay aside my ambitions and responsibilities because my husband and I so firmly believe that we are to be respected as the authority over our children, the children that God has entrusted us to raise. My husband and I are the only people that will answer for the decisions we make regarding our children. We feel as if the only choice that is still ours to make is if we stay at play or if we leave. Enrolling in public school has become like signing our children over to be raised by the state. It feels like we are surrendering our parental rights. School board, please don't sit by idly saying your hands are tied. Take a stand for families. If we don't push back and take local control back, our families will become subject to every whim of the governor, the DOH, the DOA, every other government agency you can think of. Trisha Good, you said something at the last meeting that made me stop and think. You said you don't want our school to be a weapon. I completely agree. A school should never be a weapon to be used for political gain. On the other hand, if we allow the overreach to continue with no pushback, our school does become a weapon. If we don't say enough is enough, stop pushing us around, the school becomes a weapon of the government, a tool that is used to push their woke agenda on our children. And I'm not just talking about masks, I'm talking about CRT, LGBTQ, all because we have not said stop. This is just the beginning. We seem to be so focused on masks, whether they're helpful or harmful. I think we can all agree we can find evidence to support either side that we choose. Take a step back for a second and look at the bigger picture. This is not about masks. This is about the state taking away power from local officials like yourself. It is about the state reaching directly into our homes, taking away parental authority and gaining control of our most vulnerable children. School members, you make the policies for our school. You are the buffer between Harrisburg and my home. Stand up for the people who left you.
Come in, have a seat. We will start in the front row with the person who's supposed to stand up and share your name.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Reddick. I didn't plan on speaking today, but I just thought I'd like to share my opinion. First, I want to say that I'm not anti-mask, I'm pro-choice. I think people should have the right to do what they want and what they feel is best. And I think that parents should be able to choose what they think their child needs. See, some of my friends don't have problems wearing masks, but some of them feel anxious and distracted, nervous, even claustrophobic. But I think the choice should be yours. And I think that some of the adults think that the children shouldn't have a voice and that the parents should choose or the government should choose, but I don't think that's true. So some people think that we're weak or compliant, but I think that children should use their voices for what they think is best for them. Thank you.
My name is Amanda Whitmer. I'm at 285 West Girl Scout Road. Good evening. It's nice to see all of you tucked away in here. You have heard much evidence and argument tonight, so I will only add these few things. So far tonight, I have been called uneducated, hateful, unprofessional, fearful, and selfish. I have heard you threatened with lawsuits or litigation for not enforcing this mandate. I stand before you as a registered nurse who is now unemployed because I stood by medical ethics, proper research practices, and my own beliefs and convictions regarding an overreaching mandate. I am not asking you to take risks or make sacrifices while being unwilling to make them myself. I ask you to be brave and stand up for your authority as a board. This is also a reminder that today was 14 days that children were asked to wear diapers on their faces to cover your butts.
Good evening, everyone. I am not one who likes public speaking. However, I am a person who expresses her concerns, especially when it comes to serious matters pertaining to my children. April, my name is April Boyer, and my address is on that sheet. Thank you. I had no desire to speak at the last board meeting. However, I thought I should gather some courage and speak on behalf of my son, Vaughn, who is in the 9th grade at the Ephrata High School. This mask requirement issue is a serious matter. It is my belief that wearing a mask does not protect one from becoming ill, but perhaps makes a person ill. And that's just my personal belief. It's my opinion that wearing a mask is very unhealthy. Masks have not been proven to be effective. And also the CDC and others in charge have gotten it all wrong as far as how they've been reporting on this whole COVID-19 issue, masks and supposed vaccines. We are all entitled to our opinions. If you watch mainstream media, unfortunately, in my opinion, you are very misinformed. Their goal is to have us live our lives in fear. Their goal is to have us cover our faces and lose our identities. A lot of the reporting that has been put out there to the general public is totally skewed, misleading, and false. If you believe your mask keeps you safe, then please feel free to wear it. You're protected if you're wearing a mask, right? So if you're protected from your mask, why does it concern you if I don't have one on? This is what I can't wrap my mind around. I just can't wrap my mind around people that think that everybody should wear a mask. If you feel safe wearing a mask, then wear it. I don't feel it's healthy. I'm not up here being combative and boisterous and just not wanting to follow the rule. I think it's very unhealthy. The other week, my son was kept out of school for several days because he was close to someone who was ill. So my son missed out on his rightful education because someone else got sick. My son and myself take vitamin C, D, and zinc every day, and we've done this before the whole COVID, okay? I've always been a big vitamin person, and I suggest everyone try that approach. Please do what is right and allow us to decide along with our children what is right for us concerning this mask issue. It's the right thing to do. You may believe masks help, I do not. You may not believe in God, I do. You may think that COVID vaccine is necessary. I think it's poison. You may go to bed early, I do not. Why don't you do you and I'll do me, and we can respect one another's choices. You know, I respect your choice to wear a mask. I think it's rather pathetic that the people who were so passionate about our kids wearing masks, A, got to speak first, and secondly, they didn't even come here. They didn't even come here. That's all I had to say anyway. Thank you so much.
My name's Steve Eberhardt, and I live here in Clay. My address is on the paper. And I wasn't going to talk tonight, but I went to my son. I have a son in high school, 10th grade. And he was pretty bullied last week, as I was, by the high school principal. First of all, I want to tell you how cowardly I think it is of all you sitting in here, and you should be showing your faces out there. Okay, you can sit there and smirk at me, whatever. But I'll tell you what, there's 100 and some people out in that room that want to see your faces, and you're not out there. I've been called 3 times by the high school principal this past week. Mr. Eberhardt, Trevor's not wearing a mask today. Well, duh. I told him he don't have to. What's the issue? Well, it's policy. I go into the high school. He assures me that it's a law. Your high school principal told me it was a law, okay? Then he's telling me it's law that he can segregate my child into the auditorium. It's not a law. You just got a lot of lawsuits coming to you. I'll tell you that right now. My time's up. See ya.
My name's Jim York. Address is on file. I have two children in the district. One is a senior at the high school. The other one goes to Blanco because Ephrata cannot provide for special needs. I've not been contacted by anybody from Elanco to address any shortages or anything of that nature. Make of that what you will. Let's look at some basic facts. First, it's still a 99% survivable virus. Yes, it can be nasty if you've got comorbidities. Not always is. Not one medical provider, including Penn State Hershey Medical Center, will allow doctors to sign such a form as what you're asking. Yet the district and certain board members desire such a requirement. This is a catch-22 situation. It's a paradox, a problem for which the only solution is denied by a circumstance inherent in the very rule. Words of David Carvey, how convenient. Parental signatures are not sufficient for some of the as to yet unexpressed rationale. Then the following question arises. What preparations and actions are being taken by the district to account for the increased issues with depression, anxiety, and outright bullying, especially in the instances where the district itself is the instigator for exacerbating such a condition? To assume everyone must be relegated to a single approach and diktat is the height of both arrogance and laziness. I honestly hope you're better than that. Things quickly go south when rights are removed in the interest of keeping everyone safe. History is replete with examples if one cares to look. Start with Ben Franklin. Recently seen quote captures things quite well in my opinion. The quote said, in effect, too many people have been worried for so long about being good members of their political party that they've forgotten what it's like to be a decent person. I don't know about each of you, but my definition of a decent person in your position is not your resume. It's not your professional standing. It's not your political party, and it's not their threats. It's the welfare of the kids, accountability to the taxpayers, and recognition that the parents, your employers, whether it be via election or taxpayer-funded salaries, are your bosses. Parents know their children much, much better than any of you, or any politician, or any activist, or any doctor, regardless. Let everyone make up their own minds. Respect those circumstances. Respect those whose circumstances are different from your own. That includes acknowledging the responsibility of parents in the process. Taking parents out of the equation does nothing to foster trust, respect, or confidence. This is the American way. And since you've all inadvertently fostered a renewed interest in civics, which as a veteran, I'm extremely grateful for, it's a great lesson for everyone. Thank you. Thank you all.
Sorry, cheers. Have a seat. We'll start with the first chair at the podium, and we'll work our way across the front, and then we'll go to the second row.
Hi, guys. Hi, Trish. Chris, hey, guys. So I have with me a mask. Oh, my name is Laura Royer. I'm the mother of 4 Ephrata students and this adorable little girl.
future Ephrata student. And I'm an Ephrata graduate, class of 2001. I saw some of my, one of my school nurses here, still an employee. I saw some teachers that have taught my kids here. I see my principal and a former principal out there, no mask on their face. And the reason I'm holding this thing up is because this came off of one of my kids' faces. And unfortunately, what you don't see is the dirt mark. This didn't come from school. This came from an orthodontist. This was on their face for approximately 5 minutes to adjust something. And we got dirt already because my child has mouth issues and he's got to be muzzled. Last year, the beginning of the school year, all 4 of my kids were quarantined multiple times, not because of COVID, but because of the protocol and because of issues that were brought on by this stuff. My one child, the one that has to wear this, that has breathing issues, his very, very important dentist lady, don't know what her job is exactly, but she wrote a note. And I don't know if whoever's in charge of it is going to accept it, because that's just kind of how things are going. I wrote you guys an email this past weekend, and I'm sorry for interrupting your weekend time, but it was important to share. A doctor in our community who wrote a note for an adult was investigated. The government in his home disrupting his family time, father of an Ephrata high school senior, government in the home violating them because he did what he was supposed to do. So masks, they work, but only one type does, and it's an N95 mask. And you can't just go and get any type of N95 mask. You have to get one that is fitted to your face. The school's not providing that for you guys, as far as I know, or for my kids. So how can a mask work if it's not suited appropriately for them? There was more that I wanted to say, but I'll leave you with this. It's football season. We're in Philadelphia Eagle territory. The Bird Gang has a slogan. No one likes us and we don't care. Let's have our district approach the, stuff that we've got to approach with that mentality, because I have way too much at stake. Thank you guys. Thank you for your time. And I hope you have enough coffee to last for tomorrow.
Hi, my name is Gavin Newswanger, and I'm a 10th grade student at Ephrata High School. In our student handbook, it says, we believe our students are always at the center of our thoughts and actions. If the students were actually at the center of your thoughts and actions, then why would you have no problem standing up for our students, yourselves, and your staff? The state has overstepped, infringing on our rights. By enforcing the mask mandate, you have failed the students and the position you've been put in place to do. Our student handbook also says, we believe our facilities should be designed to maintain teaching and learning. The simple fact is, you've stripped me of my learning and ripped me out of my classes because you will not fight for me. Tuesday, I was removed from my class and made to sit in the auditorium all day because I would not wear a mask, while other students who wore fake masks or masks under their chin were given the luxury of going to class and learning. Friday, I was once again removed from my class, but this time sat in room 120 to do EVA online school that my parents did not consent to. By lunchtime, I was the only student in that classroom. Today, I went to class without a mask on and was written up by multiple teachers on multiple occasions for not wearing my mask. I went to my classes because I need to learn so I can pass my classes. You failed your position, you failed your students, and you failed me. You need to stand up for us. We need to be in the classroom once again. Please allow my parents' signature so that I can be exempt from mask and be back in the classroom.
Hello, I'm Ben Klinger, and I've been going to Ephrata for all my life. I'm 13 and I'm in 8th grade. I want to defend my peers and the ones behind me against masks. I want to start off with my 7th grade year, which was last year. I wore a proper regulated mask every day and where I thought it was appropriate. I still got COVID. My peers and I got very nervous and I start to feel hot and leading to a stomachache. Second of all, it is very hard to hear my peers when they are wearing masks. I don't feel as free and as heard, in my opinion, otherwise. I shouldn't have to miss class time to go down to the principal just to be told to wear a mask and fill out a paper. My grades have suffered since masks, and I have been released. These are no help. And to my peers, I've got your six. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It's good to see you again. First, I want to thank you all for being here. I know you guys certainly didn't sign up for this when you ran for this office, and it's a thankless position. Yes, I'm Gary Klinger. I know our slogan as a school is success one student at a time, and many of you know you have no better fan of the school district than me. I grew up here. I graduated from here. I've raised now 4 students in the school district, and I've traditionally been a very big fan of our school district, having been a student and a parent. This last 18 months, however, has been a real struggle for us because I've really questioned whether that slogan, one student at a time, really applies at this point. The science of the mask really, as you know, it really hasn't been settled. For as many reports or studies that say that they really help, there's as many science studies that say that they don't help. And so it really isn't all that settled. And really, when it comes down to it, parents that want to mask their kids, I really don't have a problem with that. I'm not against the mask. But what I do have a problem with is when we're being told as parents that we have to mask our children. We're being told as a parent how to be a parent. Well, you know what? I'm the parent of my children, and I reserve the right to be the parent of my children. And I do take offense at being portrayed as a parent in general as a grand mal killer, portraying my kids as a grand mal killer because we don't believe in sending our kids to school with a mask. And that's what some of the folks on the other side of this argument have been trying to do, and that's just downright offensive. We're in a terrible position, just like you guys are as parents, because you know, my student, for example, has some issues with asthma, but we've chosen not to give him all kinds of meds or take him to doctor for all kinds of stuff for his anxiety and depression. So we've chosen the path of life skills. And he's living proof this year with full-time being in classes, grades are really good. Last year, they weren't so good with problems with being in the cyber program. His grades weren't as good. So I urge you very strongly to let us be parents. Let us make the decision. We know how to parent our children better than anybody. And so let's do the right thing. I urge you to do the right thing for all of us. So thank you very much.
How much time do I have? 3. Thank you. I'm Pete Beckery. I'm sorry. Pete Beckery. I heard about this group. Well, background. I live on the north side of town up near the Green Dragon. I'm a soft talker. Is this okay? You guys hear me okay? Okay. Thank you for staying late. There was 2 sides to this. Used to be involved in politics. Some of you might remember me from the Republican committee a while back. I quit that. I'm in the aisle, worked on both sides of the aisle. I'm in the aisle kind of set up. Could be the 4th generation veteran in me. What I have here, this is not about the vaccine. Actually, I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but don't have any kids in school. They're grown. And the word of the day that I'm hearing here, I'm going to kind of reverse things around here. If this was I think back to my high school years and things, what I've heard. I'm hearing segregation. That's the most common word that I'm hearing tonight is segregation. 40 years ago now, I was in high school. I'd already signed up for the military, Air Force. I was a goofball, so I just had to get through school. And I remember teachers who set rules in their classroom. Mr. Flint, 5th or 6th grade math teacher, gum is not allowed. And something one of the young kids said reminded me of this. You chew gum, he catches you, it goes on your nose for the remainder of the class. Mr. Exton, the football teacher, and some of these things I might know from experience, not firsthand or secondhand. Mr. Exton would make a circle of chalk on the board and have you hold your nose to it or erase it or do push-ups or do sit-ups. We don't do those things in school anymore. but it certainly kept control in the classroom. Now I'm hearing not about policies of discipline and character building. I'm hearing about segregation. I'm hearing about teachers bullying and things like that, which just, I have it just, that's not, I know I read your mission. I think of a farmer and a fence. I'm not a real good public speaker. I'm in sales. I have a customer base of 200 plus customers. I work from home. I'm blessed that I can kind of hunker down at home. I'm coming out tonight as a patriot, as somebody who, if need be, will throw my ring in the hat to run for school board. I'm a military vet, 3 college degrees. Maybe it's time for me to step up. That's how I was raised. Those teachers were there with their rules in the classroom and the character building. My mom taught us to go out and take care of neighbors. Born and raised near the Buffalo, Rochester area. It snowed, you go out, you shovel yourself out, you take care of your neighbors. Everybody works together. We are living in a crazy society where I'm going to leave it with this, the farmer and the fence. I used to live in a place on a cul-de-sac. Behind it was Amish property. I was thinking of removing the wire fence there. Big agricultural post, and somebody said no, because as the Amishman plows, that line's going to move. You guys are the fence. You guys. The school board is, I'll wrap it up here quick. The school board is the fence between all this madness of propaganda. I think COVID was a biological warfare event. And yes, and all that stuff. So you're the fence and we're relying on you. And if the public wants to write somebody in and you're looking for some fresh blood with a lot of military background and some character and willingness to serve the community, write me in. And I know I'm over time. I'm gonna say one more thing. Anybody who does not vote against, I'm gonna put it in the positive. I'm challenging all 9, so my number is right to vote for this. I hear you, for this, then you failed the community. I'm gonna leave it there. Thanks. Thank you for the extra. Thanks for being here tonight.
You share your name and then you get. Hello, my name is Keith Martin. I live in Ephrata.
I think it is cowardly that you separated yourselves from the large group of parents in this room. I think you should be confident enough in your decisions to face the parents. At the last meeting I attended, you read a prepared statement from this board, which indicated the board was disappointed when Governor Wolf and the Secretary of Education tried to take the decision about mask wearing away from the parents and the local school board. This shows me that some of you know what the right vote here is tonight. The reasons for not voting what you know is right is possible personal litigation. Yet historically, Americans have done the right thing, no matter the cost. Matter of fact, many Americans stared down much more serious repercussions, at times death, to do the right thing. So I'm demanding you return this decision to the parents where it rightfully belongs, or resign. There are lots of people in the next room that are not afraid to do the right thing. Thank you.
State your name.
My name is Rebecca Mast. I have 5 kids in the school district, 1 in middle school, 1 in intermediate, and 3 at Clay. COVID is not a death sentence. I had a coworker at work who was going through chemo, radiation, has cancer, is also vaccinated, and still received COVID. She wasn't even in the hospital for it. This past summer, me and 3 kids went to Florida when Delta started surging in Orlando. We were all there maskless. Came back, we're all fine. You don't know who has COVID. You don't know who's going to get COVID. That's the thing. My son right now is at home being quarantined. And when I talked to his principal at the middle school, he told me that you guys can't quarantine, only the Department of Health can, but he is to be at home for the health and safety of other students. My son has been home for a week, has learned absolutely nothing online, and he can come back tomorrow, but he's been healthy the whole time. The gym teacher also asked my 6th grader why he wasn't at home, which off record, I don't see how that has any concern to her, why he's not being quarantined. But I was on the Zoom meeting last Thursday, the whole 5 hours. A lady has stated that she wasn't part of this survey. The survey was sent out by the school board July 20th. And you had to have it completed by July 28th to district families. So I don't know if she was in the district or not. And we voted as a district, 54% no masks. 29 were masked and 17 was neutral. So either you could have your own choice either way, which is what I'm all for. You should have your own choice whether you want to mask your students or not, your children or not. Another speaker that stated that her child was scared because of the unmasked kids in school. However, earlier in that same meeting, Dr. Troop also said only 1% of students were unmasked. So I don't understand how this child sees so many unmasked faces. As parents, we should be able to decide to mask our children wherever they are, without a medical condition, without doctors saying it. There was also a great picture of the soccer team in the Ephrata review all huddled together. Now, had that been in the classroom, they wouldn't even be allowed 3 to 6 feet next to each other and not wearing masks. If the virus is so deadly, so easy to translate, you can't honestly believe it would take 15 minutes to catch it from someone. As my son who's quarantined told me that they are together for 15 minutes and then they're separate and then they can come back together again. I don't understand how it takes 15 minutes and 1 second to catch this. If it's so deadly, so you can get it so easily, it should not take 15 minutes. It should be as soon as you're next to somebody, if it's that bad, masked or not. And depending on tonight's meeting, I will be removing my 8th grader because he can't wear a mask. And I know I've spoken to several of you about that. While sitting in the other room, I enrolled him in charter school. Thank you.
Okay, this concludes our time of public comment regarding agenda items. Next, we will move on to, I want to thank you all for coming out and for sharing your comments and sharing your concerns. It's appreciated. Next, I would like to highlight upcoming events. On October 4th, we do have our committee of the whole meeting. And on October 18th, we do have our regular voting meeting, both at 7 p.m. Okay, I would like to note now that the board considers, discusses, and deliberates all action items in depth during its committee of the whole meetings. Committee meetings are generally held the first Monday of each month. All committee meetings are open to the public and are advertised. The board is focused on additional topics during its regular monthly board meetings. The public is invited and welcome to attend these committee meetings. Okay, next we will move to our action items. We have 6 action items in our consent agenda. Is there anyone that would like to pull out an action item?
How would we have that pull out the action item for that?
Item number 6. I'll second that. There's a motion and a second. Okay, then we'll do so. All right. So I will read the resolution for items 1 through 5. Be it resolved that the Ephrata Area Board of School Directors approves the following action items set forth below. So moved. Okay, motion by Mr. Weber, second by Mr. Thayer. Any discussion? Secretary Gingrich, we have a roll call vote, please.
Damon,
Yes.
Weber,
Yes.
Stauffer,
Yes.
Good. Yes. Stayer,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Evie,
Yes.
Feiler.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move to item number 6. Our miscellaneous action item. This is to approve the accepting parental signatures on the exception forms. I will read the resolution and then open for discussion. Be it resolved that the Ephrata Area Board of School Directors approved accepting parental signatures on exemption forms. And as we discussed as a board, just a reminder to speak across the room to make sure our voices are heard by the guests. We heard a lot of comments from our guests this evening. Any thoughts from the board? President, I have some thoughts.
I'd like to read a statement. Some of what I'm reading was mentioned by a number of our guests tonight, but I want everyone to know where I stand on this issue. And so I'll try to read it quickly and concisely, but read it nonetheless. At the beginning of September, Ephrata Area School District had a mask optional policy in place. We as a board had approved this unanimously. This policy reflected not only our position, but the position of the majority of our parents who responded to our survey, and I believe the vast majority of our community. And not only our district, but approximately 80% of the districts in the state of Pennsylvania began their year with a mask optional policy. This spring, Pennsylvanians let their voices be heard when they approved a referendum severely limiting Governor Wolf's star-like emergency powers. And all summer long, when asked about COVID policy, the governor stated that it was a local decision and it would be left up to local districts. However, just days after almost all schools had started, and out of nowhere, this governor's Department of Health declared a one-size-fits-all mask mandate based on very questionable authority. He chose not to use his emergency powers because that now has a time limit. And now here we are again at the sole mercy of the governor and the Department of Health, who I might add has once again gone silent and is not offering responses or the promised help they said they would deliver. They have been silent, however, about the list of threats they put out to the schools if we don't adhere. Timing of this mandate was horrible and left everyone scrambling to know what to do. I don't think it was coincidental, however. Had this order been issued even a week or two earlier, it would have allowed time for parents who don't want their children to have to wear a mask to make changes before school began. That having been said, many parents have removed their children from Ephrata this month. It's a shame that those children have had to go through that switch, but many parents have simply had enough. Many proponents of the mask mandate have said that we must do something to protect the most vulnerable among us. Our children are not the most vulnerable among us when it comes to COVID-19. As of September 24th, on the Pennsylvania Department of Health website, there were 29,064 deaths attributed to COVID. Under the age of 18, there have been 8. Statistically, 0. Incidentally, under the age of 60, there have been 2,420 deaths, which is less than 1%. In Lancaster County, on our county website, we've had 0 deaths under the age of 20. Actually, only 1 under the age of 30. And while any death is tragic, the most vulnerable among us are clearly those over the age of 60, and especially over the age of 70, not our children. Every adult, with very few exceptions, who wants to be vaccinated can be. Let me say that again. Every adult who wants to be vaccinated can be. So somehow, we need to mask our kids while they're socially distanced in school. And as was mentioned earlier, we can pack Beaver Stadium full of more than 100,000 screaming maskless fans, and that's not a problem. This mandate is ridiculous. Many mask proponents say that wearing a mask is no big deal. Kids are adaptable. I believe that may be true for many kids. However, we've heard story after story of kids who deal with various medical issues, as well as many who deal with anxiety and mental struggles related to the mask. My heart goes out to those parents and those kids. Most simply cannot get a doctor to sign an exemption. Doctors fear for their jobs. It seems to me that medical decisions are being dictated by attorneys, administrators, and politicians. Parents know what's best for their kids, and we need to have the authority, and they need to have the authority to make those decisions. We need to give it to them. Finally, as to the effectiveness of masks at reducing the spread of COVID-19, any simple glance at the rate of spread, comparing cities and states that have used severe lockdown and mask rules, show that they did not fare better in containing the spread than those who have been more open. Would also like to cite some excerpts from an article by Chris Pandolfo of The Blaze that I shared with our board a few weeks ago. The article references a peer-reviewed study from the University of Louisville that suggests that mask use and requirements during the pandemic had no substantial impact on reducing the spread of the virus. We're going to try to abbreviate some of these. For our study, we wanted to determine if the effects of mask mandates and use were observable in general population. Dr. Damien Guerra, an assistant professor of biology at the University of Louisville, said, essentially, did the theory of mask effectiveness hold up on a population-wide level? The results contradict the popular belief that mask mandates effectively reduce the spread. It appears that mandates and typical mask use among the public have no substantial impact on COVID-19 growth, Guerra said. Early in the pandemic, there was an association between lower infection rates and mask mandates and use. However, this association disappeared when transmission levels rose despite increased mask use in the fall and winter. While growth rates did decline in states after mask mandates became effective, rates declined to a similar degree in states without mandates, he added. So, Mr. President, in my opinion, the negative effects of mask wearing are considerably greater than the perceived benefits. This mandate is not what's in the best interest of our students, doesn't reflect the wishes of the majority of our parents, and is based on very shaky legal grounds. So I would be voting that we do give parents the right for a medical exception for their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eby. Any other comments from the rest of the board or questions?
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. President.
I would like to address you and the board and the public. I had the honor and the privilege this afternoon of talking to the Honorable Dr. Brian Barnhart, who is the Executive Director of IU 13. This man is exemplifying servant leadership. He is on vacation now in South Carolina, and he took my call. He told me that he just wants to get back to educating students. He, along with all the superintendents in Lancaster County and Lebanon County, wrote letters, written letters that they mailed, and they also emailed to the acting secretary, Allison Dean of the Department of Health. Never once have they addressed them. This has been going on for 9 months, Ryan shared with me. 9 months, which means a big portion of last year with COVID. I would like to protect our administration. You have no idea what they are doing behind the scenes to give students education one student at a time, give them the quality of education in person. And they went to the Department of Health and they said, please sit down with us and let's have a talk. How can we best do this? And they've run them off. And we've had this mask order for a month now, and there's still nothing. And it breaks my heart, and it hurts to hear the public criticize our administration, call names. I don't think anybody sitting in this room or hearing online knows what they do day in and day out. I know Brian Troop, Dr. Troop, he is working 24/7. And Dr. Warnberger, Dr. JC, I mean, these are people on the front lines that are taking phone calls, emails at all hours of the night, if there's suicide issue, whatever it is. So tonight's vote has no verdict on their performance. I just want to dispel that. This issue falls on our shoulders as a board. We are going to vote tonight, and we're going to accept the results, and we're going to walk away, and we're going to work together again. I would just like to say one last thing. I'm really proud of our students and the teachers that had the guts to share and exemplify life for graduate disposition and character. I mean, they were exemplifying civics by coming here and going out of their way to talk. They're critically thinking on the spot. They're not just taking regurgitated information and just running with it. Like everything that Brian and the administration has taught, our community is absorbing. So this should not be a time of sadness. This should be a happy time of like, the education is working. I know parents are going to leave the district, but we can't stop that. But we can go forward and we can give the best education. And I'm, regardless of how we vote tonight, I just want everybody to know we should be proud of the people that live in that.
Thank you, Mr. Whistler. Anyone else? Go ahead.
I forgot to mention one thing. This vote tonight is not to go rogue. This vote is an interpretation of the mask order. The lack of response from the Department of Health to clarify their own mask order made the Department of Education step in the vacuum and come up with their own frequently asked questions to answer the frequently asked question. So we are running off of some assumptions in this Department of Education frequently asked question list because the Department of Health, who wrote the order, is not explaining themselves. When you look at founding fathers of our Constitution, you go back to original intent to know what they meant when they wrote the Constitution. And in the same way, we have to know the original intent of the people that wrote this order. We are law-abiding citizens. We are voting to interpret this order. And if they come with a letter to us, or if they come with a correction or a clarification, then we will abide by that order because we are law-abiding citizens. But they didn't do it. And so we are voting tonight to interpret the order.
Thank you. I know this is heavy on all of your hearts. I welcome you to share as you're free to.
I have a question about the clarity of the order. I know Mr. Whistler feels like the order is not clear, and so that gives us some liberty. I would be interested in hearing from our solicitor again, if possible, on your perspective for the clarity of the order.
Well, Mr. Whistler is exactly correct that there are some items in the order that are not entirely clear. However, rules issued by government entities. And so it's partly the responsibility of the district to try to interpret that. And I believe the interpretation that the administration is taking is certainly reasonable and one that is widespread around the Commonwealth. As the board knows, there is litigation pending before the Commonwealth Court concerning the meaning of the order. And if anyone wants to put a order in the air, you have as good a choice, good a chance as any attorney at predicting the outcome. It may be that the Commonwealth Court rules the order is valid, it may be the Commonwealth Court rules the order is invalid. We won't know unless the Commonwealth Court makes that determination. But right now, the order is there, it has not been rescinded, it has not been found to be invalid, and the administration is following the order and interpreting it in a manner that is reasonable.
Any other questions or comments? Well, we certainly have heard a lot of comments tonight on masks or unmasking, and it breaks my heart to hear things that are happening within school, since going to school is a fun thing to be doing, and we're having these things going on in school, and probably we're not the only school these things are happening, but we're the ones that have to deal with Ephrata. I want to thank the group that is in the other room for coming out tonight and sharing their interest in this subject. We are here as a board tonight, and as a board, we are taking oath to uphold the law and to live by it. And I think that that's one of the things that we as a board, as I personally am responsible for, to fiduciary responsibility of the board and for our students here in the Ephrata area, even if I don't like all the things that are going on. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. President, I have a couple thoughts. We heard a lot of comments tonight. I've been reflecting on the fact that most of Ephrata's parents are not anti-mask parents or pro-mask parents. They're just parents who love their kids and are trying to figure out this hot mess. I'll reshare my statement from last week. Public education has always been a partnership between the state and the local community. Ephrata had designed a common sense health and safety plan with our community's input. The DOH has moved us out of order, and I welcome the legal challenges to this out of order mandate as indicated by my vote on Thursday night. Yet we're a country of laws, and the authority to challenge this out of order mandate exists in the legislative branch. Those are the checks and balances of our great democracy. As one of 9 on this board, I choose to exercise all of my legal and orderly options to redress what I consider to be this out of order mandate. Tonight, I will be voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Anyone else?
Mr. President, I'd like to share. Sorry if I repeat what I shared Thursday night, but I made some I am disappointed and saddened by all I've heard from parents that impacted makes children. It's heartbreaking, it's sad. And yet, we sit here and have not made the law, but are obligated to follow the law. And I hope that these same people are reaching out to Harrisburg and beyond. Yes, I still believe that parents should have that choice, but we have a mandate that we're obligated to follow. Many tonight mentioned that mandate, but they fail to mention all the follow-up and or the additional directives that come that the administration has to deal with. And I can say from my own experience as a COVID czar at my workplace for the last 18, 19 months, it is frustrating to understand the letter of the law, what is implemented, working with CDC, working with the state, working with the federal government, working with OSHA, working with the Department of Health in 4 states has been difficult. Often you have to look at more than one web page, one document to put it together and understand what our obligation is. My hat is off to Dr. Troop and his staff trying to figure that all out because I've lived it myself. Not in the school environment per se, but in the workplace. And there are more mandates already created. Just a week and a half ago, President Biden announced mandates for the vaccine for employers of 100 or more, and for the health community, as someone shared tonight. So there's more than what we can fight here at the local level. You look in the paper, look at the information that's been shared with us. Malenko, who did vote to allow parent signatures, has now a very high increased rate of cases. We received a notification that was sent out to another school district in the state. It was blacked out, but there are contacts by the state departments to these districts that are violating this law. Again, we need to reach out to Harrisburg, to Governor Wolf, and I have done that. I've talked with some of our legislators. I've talked to the governor's office. Didn't like the response. Have not gotten a response from the Department of Health has been shared. Again, having been the recipient of a number of comments tonight from our community, they're welcome to say that. The community is free to vote for who they'd like to vote for. I would also caution that you reap what you sow, in that this district and this board for the last 15 plus years have made great headways in creating an environment for this administration to create some of the best learning opportunities in a school district in Lancaster County. I'm proud of the work they've done and the work that we've done. I would hate to see that destroyed because of an election and opinionated people. Our focus is on all the students. We were elected by the entire district to represent all members of the district. Those that agree with us, those that oppose us, those that like masks, those that don't like masks. We are to represent all of our district representatives. And our focus as a board has been and continues to be on students and families of this community, creating an environment that they're able to learn to the best of their ability. And unfortunately, there are these children that are suffering. And I'm saddened by that. But I also feel that we cannot put Dr. Troop and his staff in a position where they're violating the law that we've been obligated to follow. Again, I would encourage everyone to seek advocacy and reach out above and beyond. One other thing I would say, I too am a veteran and served this country. I served in Germany at the height of the Cold War. My unit had about a 5-hour lifespan on the Czech border. We were backed up by troops in England and then by the big red one from Fort Riley, Kansas. But our assignment was one little area and we were to fight that battle. Our battle right now is to do what we can to advocate above those to those that make the law and support the law that these folks are obligated to follow, as we are too. And so as I shared Thursday night, even after hearing all the comments, I've received other comments, plenty of emails of other parents that support the wearing a mask. And I believe we need to keep that in place, and I will vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer. Anyone else?
Mr. Thayer, that was well said, and I will also be voting no on the motion. I do not want our district to be dealing with negative fallout 1 year from now, 2 years from now, because of something we did tonight. We can still win the overall fight without taking this action. I don't think it would be a good decision to go this far at this point. So even though my heart is kind of, in some ways, for yes, it's still not the right decision at this time, so I will be voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Spell.
I think I'll speak, because I think you all deserve to hear from each one of the board of our thoughts in the matter. I heard several of you speak about different people who've stood up against unjust laws in our history and how we've learned about those. And each one of those was willing to pay the price for breaking the law. While I may not agree with the law that has been handed down, the order that has been handed down, at this point, I'm not willing to put our district through that cost of breaking the law. So therefore, I will be voting no.
Okay. I have not, personally, I have not given any decision in my life more thought than this item. I see all the faces of the parents. Some of them I've known through high school. My heart breaks. At the end of our last voting meeting, one of the guests shared that he encouraged us to not make a decision based on fear or on anger. And I gave that a lot of thought. Is there anything I'm afraid of? And is there anyone I'm angry at? And I had to go back to my convictions, to what I believe deep within my soul. This is a very hard decision. My heart goes out to everybody, every child, every student that is struggling through this. And so when I put aside, when I put aside what I might be afraid of, and just say that's not an issue. And I know that in my heart I have not been angry at anyone during this mandate and this order. I don't like it. I would rather the authority be given to the local district, stay at the local level. I think communities know each other best. They're able to serve each other best. They're able to look out for each other best. There are times in our lives where things are taken out of our control. And so I went back to my conviction. I went back to what I was taught as a young man. What will I do when an authority gives an instruction? And we've heard that this order can be ambiguous, it's unclear. We can question its original intent, or we can pick it apart. And so then in my heart, I have to go back to what is the spirit of this order? And I believe it is with the intent of keeping children safe. That looks different across the entire state. It looks different in each school. Because each school is unique into itself. Each community is unique into itself. I have to follow my convictions. Personal. To not submit to an authority over me is to not submit to the highest authority over me. And personally, when I go to meet my maker, I stand as one under authority. I too am a man under authority. And this is, I speak only for myself, and this is my conviction. And I'm at peace in my heart when I can say that I have submitted to the authority over me, regardless of whether it was agreed upon by everybody.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Whitford.
I would like to make one final comment before we vote, or unless somebody else has something. But when we judge a spirit, you judge a spirit by its fruit. So the spirit behind this mass order is clearly seen through the fruit that it has caused. I pray every day to God, because that is my conviction. And I ask him, Holy Spirit, for discernment to know what is right and wrong. Part of discerning is looking at the fruit of a spirit. The fruit of this spirit, of this mass order, is confusion and chaos. It is evident for everyone out in the public, whether you're a Christian or not. The way to meet a spirit if there is of confusion is to do the opposite, which is to speak the truth, which is my intention when I spoke up today and when I made this motion to interpret the mass order. I am a law-abiding citizen. You made a mention, Mr. President, we are one under authority. Jesus himself marveled at the person that had the most faith, the Roman centurion, because he was one under authority. And when he said the words, he knew it would happen because he was under authority. So yes, if you read Romans 13, that'll give you a great education. But what I'm trying to say is there are many examples in the Bible and all throughout history, whether you're a Christian or not. Any culture has examples where people went against an unjust law or order. You don't have to be Christian, you can be Islam, whatever it is. There are examples of people throughout the world that stood up against injustice. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego got thrown in the fire because they weren't going to bow down to the king, the Babylonian king. Daniel, he found a loophole with eating fruits, and he paid a price, but he didn't bow down to everything either. There is a myriad of examples where when we see an unjust law, that we stand up. But this is different tonight. Somehow we're framing it as being rebellious. We are under authority. We are actually keeping meticulous records of this mass order. And Brian and his administration credit for that. What we are doing tonight, I'm gonna repeat, because I don't think the board heard me, because they regurgitated some things that throughout what I said. We are voting on the interpretation of the mask order. The only people that enforce the mask order is the Department of Health, because they issued the order. They have not spoken since they issued the order over a month ago. They are the final say. If we vote tonight to have this exception, what they're going to do, if they don't like it, is they're going to send a letter of reprimand to us. They're not going to fine individual board members per day. They're not going to take away our sovereign immunity. It's not going to happen. It's a scare tactic. So, Mr. President and the board, I plead, I don't know what else to say. We are law-abiding citizens, and we are voting on the interpretation. As the Honorable Attorney Kellen said, Mr. Whistler, you are correct. The frequently asked questions are coming from the Department of Education and not the Department of Health. I'm not saying any more.
Thank you, Mr. Whistler.
I have spent many hours tossing and turning and thinking about this, and it's been very difficult. In all my time on the board, this has been the most difficult season. I feel like this whole mask thing has been a distraction. Not that it's not real, not that COVID is not real, not that it's not necessary. I get all that, but I feel like it's been such a distraction to education. And it makes me really sad that the negative way that students haven't been impacted, and all the time and energy that our administration has had to spend on it. It's been awful. I do see myself as a person under authority, and I plan to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Byer. Any other questions or comments? Read the resolution again. Be it resolved that the Ephrata Area Board of School Directors approve accepting parental signatures on exemption forms. Exception forms. There a motion?
I'll make one motion.
I'll second it. Motion by Mr. Whitford, and a second by Mr. Beebe. Secretary Gingrich, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Weber,
No.
Stouffer,
No.
Good,
No.
Stayer,
No.
Whistler,
Yes.
Martin,
No.
Eby,
Yes.
Byler, no, Gayman,
No. Okay. Thank you all very much. I respect all of your decisions and all of your comments. Thank you. All right, next we will move to our reports. Our first report is from a student representative who is absent this evening.
I have her report, if you'd like me to read it, Mr.
Yes. Go ahead.
This month has been very exciting at Clay Elementary after welcoming learners back into the building. Clay kicked off the year with an outdoor movie night. This year, family groups were introduced at Clay. Each child is assigned to a family group for their entire academic career at Clay. These groups meet monthly to focus on LRG dispositions. This month, there was a focus on growth mindset, and students' growth goals can be seen on the tree in the front lobby. As a school, Clay is working on developing a new theme for the year. Each student was able to submit an idea, and through a voting process, they have identified the new theme, Dream Big. Finally, Clay kicked off the fun run with an assembly on Friday. African Elementary also had a great start to the school year.
Classes created vision statements for the school year. There's been a focus on the life-ready graduate disposition of growth mindset. Family groups have participated in their first session for the year. The warm days have equaled lots of learning in the beautiful courtyard. Students are setting goals and graphing their progress in their data binders. This year, students have partner classes to discuss their learning progress and share learning binders with each other. The PTO Be Healthy Bubble Run will be next week. This is always a huge hit with the children. Fulton was awarded the Fresh Fruits and Vegetable Grant. Several times each week, individually wrapped samples of fresh fruits and vegetables from around the world are provided for all students and staff to experience. Additionally, Fulton had its annual school-wide positive behavior and support expectations day. Students had a great first month at Highland Elementary. They recently took time on September 10th to recognize Patriot Day. The Highland PTO is working hard to organize the Race for Education, which is scheduled in October. The school-wide positive behavior recognition assemblies begin at the end of this week for the month with Highland's very own game show, Detail or No Detail, a video-dependent analysis activity where they work together in answering questions about a short 3 to 5 minute video. On Wednesday, October 6th, the first district-wide STEAM Day will be held with Science Explorers. A special thank you goes to the Ephrata Area Education Foundation for this great adventure. At the intermediate school, all students attended a PBIS kickoff early in September. Students reviewed school-wide expectations and heard about the positive supports in place. The first Mount slip drawing occurred at the conclusion of the assembly, acknowledging students who have exemplified the PBS expectations in the building. Last week, students attended the annual Cookies with Cops event and continued to learn about supports available to them from the school social worker to the counselors and Officer Hernizen. This week, some of the bus drivers will be visiting school to participate in fun and engaging activities with the students who ride their buses. Ephrata Middle School students and staff are excited to be back for another year. During the first week of school, students participated in a virtual grade level assembly that outlined the importance of the life-ready graduate profile and reviewed school-wide expectations. Additionally, over the first 2 weeks of school, students in both 7th and 8th grade have been working through executive functioning lessons. The purpose of these lessons is to teach students good habits of organization, goal setting, and time management. On Tuesday, September 14th, EMS held a virtual open house that went very smoothly as teachers were able to virtually connect with families to introduce themselves and their courses. The Ephrata High School Link Crew have had follow-up sessions with the 9th grade homerooms, and counselors held larger group and individual transition meetings with students in grade 12 to review plans for the year and post-secondary options. Yearbook sales, as well as cap and gown sales, are also underway. Most fall sports are at their midway point. Student council is preparing for a homecoming dance under a tent outside. There's been a need for some creativity to bring this celebratory event back this year within the current guidelines, and many high school students are up for the challenge and excited for the event. And that concludes Hannah's report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the report of the Lancaster County Career and Technology Center Joint Operating Committee Representative, Mr. Tim Stayer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last Thursday evening was the last JOC meeting, which I did not attend as I attended our special meeting. I can just share that they covered routine business, and I will attend the meeting next month. Report.
Thank you, Mr. Stayer. Next, we'll move to the report of the Lancaster 11 IU13 Board Representative, Mr. Tim Southman.
Mr. President, I had the opportunity on Saturday to tour 3 of the IU facilities. One of them, the Keck building that the IU recently purchased from Manhattan Central and renovated, now is a much improved space for the IU students. And also another building in Mannheim that they are redoing to make it the home of their partial hospitalization program, which is if anyone would like to hear about that, I can take some time to tell you at a later time. But that's it. Good night, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Alper. And next, we will move to the report of the PSBA Section 7 Legislative Liaison, Mr. Tim Stayer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given it's late, I will not bore you with repeating what every board member has received daily from PSBA, various activities that are going on in Harrisburg,
Next, we'll move to the report of the Ephrata Area Education Foundation Liaison, Mr. Evie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, due to the time, I'm not going to report on their activities other than to say the Ephrata Area Education Foundation is doing an outstanding job with new direction and new focus, and just excited about how the foundation helps our district, the students in our district.
Thank you, Mr. Evie. Next, we'll move to the report of our superintendent, Dr. Brian Fruit.
Thank you. I'll also condense my report just slightly, but there's a lot to report on. We had a variety of activities that were held district-wide in observance of Patriot Day. Age-appropriate content helped the students learn more about Patriot Day and the many heroes who took part in our national response 20 years ago to September 11th. There were some books shared at the elementary level, and they did some work on heroes at the intermediate level. They also read some books and got some plastic news related to the 20th anniversary, and also reflected on what makes a hero. At EMS in high school, they had some content woven into their social studies classes, talking about Americans and the spirit of perseverance, resilience, and grit, all mirroring that of the graduate profile. On Thursday, September 17th, students had discussions and participated in activities to commemorate Constitution Day and the founding of the United States Constitution back in 1787. Middle school students discussed freedoms and protections provided by the Constitution as assessed, and access to National Archives to explore original documents. Several classrooms at the high school focused on Constitution activities, including discussion of branches of power, rights, and ratification amendments. On both Patriot Day and Constitution Day provided students not only a chance to discuss the importance of civic leadership and service, one of the 12 themes of our LRG, but also to highlight individuals in the past who have mental health, many of the traits that we're trying to instill in our students. Wise Markets made a donation of $400 to each of our elementary schools as part of their Wise for School program. Those funds are at the discretion of each of the elementary schools. So it was great to be here from Wise Markets. District Make a Bus appeared in the Ephrata Fair Parade. Despite the rainy weather, it was again a hit with lots of kids calling out, hey, that's where I did this. Hey, that's where I got to work with those older students. So that's a good tradition. Started to end and highlight the great work. Which, if you recall, the Make a Bus was designed and built on the design time. Something new I was hoping to include, I'll give you the abbreviated version of extracurricular update. Here we are. Our golf team actually had LL League tournament today. We had two golfers, Vivek and Jeet Patel, qualified to play in that tournament, and actually they did rather well at the brothers team. Girls tennis is currently third in Section 1 with a 9-3 record. Boys soccer currently second in Section 2 with a 5-1-4. That's 5 wins, 1 loss, and 4 ties. They've gone through a lot of overtime. Girls soccer currently first in Section 2 with an 8-1 record. Football, Section 3 play begins on Friday, currently 17th in the district with a 3-2 record. Our field hockey team is third in Section 2, 9th in the district with a 7-2 record. And girls volleyball currently second in Section 2 and 9th in the district with a 7-1 record. They also won our own Ephrata volleyball tournament. I did have planned a launch week overview to present. That'll get pushed to our committee meeting or a later date. So that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Truth. And next, we'll move to our good news report. Is there any good news anyone would like to share? I state one item. 2 teams from district administration competed in the Ephrata Fair cow milking contest. The team of Brett Espenshade, Chris Montagna, Sue Summer-Stephanie, Dr. J.C. Hess, and Ron Wales won. The Ephrata Fair Committee posted special congratulations on their Facebook page to Mr. Wales, who apparently has a hidden talent that we didn't know. When he joined our team as a very effective cow milker.
administrators kind of letting their guard down a little bit and getting your hands dirty a lot. In that context.
I have some hopeful good news. It's not something that happened yet, but I'm hopeful that it will happen. According to Dr. Barnhart, the IU 13 director, he believes that right around October 1st, that there will be some clarity on this mask order. So that will help us all, whether he doesn't know if it's going to be stricter or if it's going to be more lenient. And that's really, I guess that will determine whether it's good news or not. But anyway, I'm hopeful that it will be good news. How about that? And in addition, it's nice to know that there's other districts in the county that have worked with their constituents and students like Solenco that are not actually implementing anything until that October 1st deadline in the hopes of good news.
Thank you. Any other good news anyone would like to report? Okay, next we'll move to our governance report, and I will turn it over to Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no report tonight. Please see the attached governance document.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we will move to our advocacy reports, and I will turn it over to Ms. Violet.
Thank you. At our recent board workshop, we learned about the fair funding formula and how it impacts our school district. Funding calculations used by the state and federal government is complex. With the current funding formula, we have school districts in our state that are winners and some who are losers of funding. The formula calculations are incredibly complex, and we would like to see both reduced mandates and reduced property taxes, and of course, real fair funding. Over the past 7 years, 2012 and 13 to 2019-20, 63% of the property tax increase for those years was spent on increases in cyber charter schools and in teachers' costs. Cyber charter costs to Ephrata are $14,000 for regular education and $28,000 for special education. Cyber charter schools are for-profit businesses. Currently, cyber charter costs are different for each district, sending students to the same cyber charter school, even though the cost for the cyber charter is the same per student. The cost depends on the district spending instead of the cyber charter school's own costs. And we will continue to advocate for a plan that is fair to taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tyler. Something I would like to extend just for the board to think about in regards to a lot of the feedback that you're hearing tonight. One of the things that's very frustrating for our community is it seems like we're doing nothing. And I would like to make a note to discuss at our committee meeting on the advocacy side, what can we do to in regard to this order that is placed upon us, this mandate, and how can we work to bring either more clarity or more resolution to our community. So giving that some thought.
Mr. President, I took a note during the,
yes, absolutely, Mr. Cooper.
I took a note, I think several of us did. One of the speakers shared about we would take a proactive approach to the possible coming vaccine mandate, and maybe partner with other school districts and let the message be heard that vaccine mandate would be a whole different ballgame, and we don't care for any of that. I thought that was a good idea that we should discuss.
And just to be more clear, I think it's we can start to write some resolutions as a board that we want to see sent to the governing authorities of us. Start moving at the very least we can take action that way. Okay, next we'll move to section 5. We will now open it for general comments from our visitors. And first we will go in person. At this time, Secretary Gainer, is there anyone that has a request to speak on a general topic? Mr. Cullen, are we allowed to give someone another chance to speak after they already spoke?
What, they want to speak on the same item
Yeah,
again?
they just want to give a general comment.
That'd be fine.
Okay. I think there's about 7 in the audience, but they're going to be coming in one at a time. Yeah. Just state your name and you can begin.
Hello, I'm James Martin of Miller Road in Akron. I did not plan to speak tonight, but there's a few points that I would like to suggest to you. One of them, when the 6th actionable item came up, when the 3rd person spoke, I do not consider not being able to hear anything he said as a public meeting. I think it's out of order. I don't know what the problem was, but it is not a public meeting, in my opinion. The other thing is, I heard different of you board members referring to authority. And I would like to suggest that maybe you were what I would consider alluding to or backing up to power rather than authority. I do believe that authority is one of the most abused items today, and I was disappointed to have it used in that way today, this evening. I do thank you for your service. I don't have a student in school here. I've been a citizen of this district for all of my life. We did not send any of our 4 children to this school. We went to a Mennonite school, but that does not mean I do not have interest in the neighbors on my street and in my community. Thank you for your time.
Sir, did you want to get up there and clarify who the 3rd person was that spoke and what you didn't like what they said? Because it wasn't very clear to anybody here. Is that it? Oh, you couldn't hear the 3rd person.
I don't know the name. I'm just saying the 3rd person that made comments after the motion, and I don't know the proper terminology here. Was it put up for discussion, I believe. The 3rd person offered discussion. I don't think anybody in the place that was designated for us could hear a thing that was said. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So it was Attorney Kellen.
Yeah, that was when I received feedback that.
Hi, Tina Thompson. I am here again as a parent of a junior in the high school. Apparently, you did not hear us tonight. There was a room full of probably 200 parents over there this evening. My understanding, no one was in the mass room. They may have all been online. You did not hear us. It's costing the school district, what, $16,000 per kid, depending which charter school they're going to. 10 kids, that's $160,000. It's going to add up because there's more that are going to get pulled. Some of you really changed your tune from Thursday night. I'm not sure who got to you, if it was conscience or if it was someone else. We as parents are going to do what we need to do for our next steps, whatever that may be, in order to protect our children from what may be coming along the way. This isn't just about a mask. If this is the way you are fighting for us for the masking, I can only imagine what's going to happen if the governor, Department of Health, PDE, or anyone else, including the president, puts on vaccine mandates. People are quitting their jobs, losing their jobs because of that. Me and my family will not be getting it. Tomorrow, when these kids go to school, we had one boy over there crying tonight, one of the ones that spoke here. You say it breaks your heart. It obviously did not break enough. You did not hear us.
Good morning. Okay. All right, this concludes our in-person public comment on general topics. Next, we'll move to our virtual environment. Is there anyone that would like to make a general comment for our virtual environment? If you would like to, please raise your hand. Be let into the room.
Well, we have one, Susie Works.
Good evening, members of the board, Mr. President and Superintendent. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. I have some bad news. After 18 months of wearing masks and sacrificing precious time with our family and friends and taking every precaution, my third grader has tested positive for COVID. Our entire family is quarantined, throwing our entire life out of balance again. Since March 2020, working families all over Lancaster County rallied together to do the right thing to keep our neighbors safe. But many of our elected leaders played politics with our lives and with our economy. And now there are 34 active COVID cases in our district. That means 34 families like my own are quarantining for the next 10 to 14 days. Working class families in Ephrata have had it hard enough the last 18 months without having to worry about quarantining, missing work, and how to pay the bills. Common sense tells us that unless we all do our part, COVID will not go away. Parents continue to struggle to find childcare. Businesses will continue to have trouble staying afloat and finding enough help. And healthcare workers will continue to experience burnout. And our economy will not recover. The political antics of our school boards in Lancaster County have cost our community an incalculable loss. And the rallying cry of the most extreme among us, me, have infringed on the rights of everyone in our community to make it through this pandemic with their health and their financial well-being intact. We know what we need to do to contain this virus. We must follow common sense COVID precautions. It's time not to ask, what's in it for me, but what we can do for our community together. Most of all, what we need now and what we needed for the last 18 months was solid leadership from the people who were elected to keep our community safe. Taking care of our neighbors is the right thing to do, and it's the patriotic thing to do. And I'm sorry to have kept you all so late. Have a great night, everybody.
Susan Vader.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Brad Vader. I have a son in Highland Elementary. I shared actually the last meeting we had, and was actually one, Mr. President and Board, who did encourage you all in your considerations to truly contemplate where you were making these decisions from, whether a place of fear or anger or conviction. And I do appreciate hearing from some of you how you are following after those convictions. I do want to encourage you all in this process, if I may say, that authority is one of those things where we should honor it. And the best of our ability, we should honor the authority above us. I believe it wholeheartedly. However, I will encourage any of you that when authority calls us to do something that is against our conscience, and for me, that means against God's word, against what he has to say, then it is wrong. And no authority at that point is in the right place. And those are the moments where you hear stories of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, or Daniel, where it was not out of disrespect. It was not out of anger. It was simply because it was the right thing to do. And so I would encourage you all, even though you have made this decision, that as you make decisions moving forward, and as we face other decisions, possibly down the road in this realm, especially dealing with COVID, that you would consider these words, and that you would, for those of you that do believe, that you would pray and continue to seek God on that. I honor you all. I thank you for the hard decisions you are having to make. Being a leader myself, I know it's not simple, and I know it affects a lot of people. Thank you for your time.
This concludes our virtual comment time. Is there any old business anybody would like to discuss? Any new business anybody would like to discuss? With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.